it'll be a lot more. And, yeah, and I think the Sarah's consent is like, I mean, I know she does a lot, but like, they're all professionals. So that, so I think it will be on, and especially like,
Hey, Kevin. Kevin,
Hello.
hey, can y'all give us a 10 count and come on so we can see you?
So I'm actually remote. So Kevin's going to be your best point of contact who's on here right now.
Right, I'm trying to get him. Kevin, are you in the Zoom?
I think he
no
might.
mind, no mind, he's outside.
Okay, good.
No, you can't. What's up? How you doing? Hello? Kevin? Anybody on Zoom that can come in so we can do a test of the Zoom?
Hey, Larry, I'm here for a sound check. You want to do that now?
Okay. Kenneth, go ahead, Kevin, give me a 10 count. Kevin? Kevin? You're not hearing me?
I forgot to add a net zero question, so I'll do that.
Oh, and work on staffing. I can probably add it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, well, not gonna be doing anything while they're giving testimony, so.
Okay, all right.
Kevin? 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 Kevin?
Plus, we've read the testimony, so.
Yes.
Kevin?
There we go. Sorry, I'm not. There we go. How about, there we go. Sorry, my audio was turned off, so I just didn't notice.
I kept calling you. Can you give me a 10? Give me a 5 count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And you hear me fine, Kevin?
Yep, I hear you.
Okay. Kenneth, we good?
Yes. Sorry. There we go. How about, there we go. Sorry, my audio was turned off. I just did. I hear you.
You ready, Kevin?
Yeah, just doing another 10 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm just going to hang out for the next 30 seconds and make sure it doesn't loop back to me.
It's not looping in here, so we're good.
Yeah, just doing another 10 count. 1, 2. See, now it just started looping again right now. Are you not hearing that on your end?
It's not in here. Is it your computer? It's not looping back in here. It came out of there? Hold on.
I think I figured it out, Larry. I had the hearing room open on a separate web page from Freeman's hearing. Apologies about that. I think we're all good.
Okay, we ready to go.
All right, I will have us exit the practice session shortly.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Friday, June 6th, 2025, and we are convening in person in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building, as well as virtually over the Zoom platform. The time is now 12:03 p.m., and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. Today, we will be hearing from government witnesses regarding the mayor's fiscal year 2026 proposed budget for the following three agencies: the Green Finance Authority, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and the Department of Energy and Environment. First, the Green Finance Authority, also known as the DC Green Bank, was created to provide access to capital to grow the clean economy and to develop a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable district. It offers innovative financing solutions for the purpose and focuses its investments on solar energy, greener and more efficient buildings, infrastructure resilience, and sustainable transportation. The mayor's proposed FY26 operating budget for the Green Bank is $3.5 million, representing a 92% reduction from the FY25 approved budget of $43,122,000. My understanding is that while the agency's operating budget has been cut from FY26, the majority of this reduction in the budget book reflects a new accounting practice rather than actual reductions to the agency. The Green Bank does not have a capital budget within the FY26 to 31 capital improvement plan. Second, DOEE, our Department of Energy and Environment, is the district's leading agency for energy and environmental issues. The agency's mission is to improve the quality of life for residents of the district by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving natural resources, mitigating pollution, increasing access to clean energy, and educating the public on achieving a sustainable future. DOEE has wide-ranging responsibilities, including enforcing environmental regulations, monitoring and assessing environmental risks, developing energy policies, issuing permits, and providing funding, technical assistance, and information to residents and businesses in the district. The mayor's proposed FY26 operating budget for DOEE is $242 million, representing a staggering 24.1% decrease from the FY25 approved budget of $319 million. Much of today's hearing will be trying to understand the impact of that incredibly harmful and large cut to the agency's operating budget and how the reduction in local funding is going to harm DC residents, prevent our ability to lower utility costs, hurt efforts to deliver clean water and air, and affect our ability to receive federal dollars. The DOEE FY26 proposed budget includes $7.4 million reduction in local funds and a $71 million decrease in special purpose revenue funds and a slight increase in federal funding, though that increase must be balanced against the new uncertainty around federal grants generally. These federal grant payments have numerous restrictions, some of which have yet to be awarded and cannot be viewed as a substitute or a replacement for the local dollars that have been cut from DOE's budget. DOE's capital budget for FY26 is $18.6 million, a 1.2% reduction from the previous year. Turning to the DCSEU, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility's mission is to help residents, businesses, and institutions in the district achieve energy efficiency, reduce their energy consumption, and increase their use of clean and renewable energy sources. DCSEU offers a range of programs and services, including rebates, incentives, technical assistance, and education to support energy conservation and sustainability efforts across the city. The DCSEU is funded from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, a special purpose revenue fund managed by DOEE. While today's hearing is going to focus on government witnesses, please note the committee will be accepting written testimony from the public until the close of business on June 20th, 2025. And individuals are encouraged to submit testimony through the council's hearing management system, which can be found on the council's website at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. So with that, let's turn to our panel of government witnesses. We're going to start with the Green Finance Authority, which will be, sadly, our last time hearing from Tricia Miller in her capacity at the Green Bank, but of course, wishing her well as she transitions. Then we're going to turn to the DCSEU and then to DOEE. We always swear in our government witnesses before we get started, so I'm going to do that first, and then I will turn it over so that we can deliver our testimony. So if everyone could please raise your right hand. Committee Rule 603 requires that government witnesses testify under oath or affirmation. I see all the DOE staff to my left, maybe not on camera, but they're all putting their hands up too. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony that you are about to give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Everyone said I do. Okay. So I believe we are going to start. Ms. Miller, we'll turn to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to appear before the committee. My name is Tricia Miller, and I serve as the CEO for the Green Finance Authority, more commonly known as the DC Green Bank. I want to start by thanking you, Chair Ellen, and members of the committee and my fellow district residents for the opportunity to represent our team today, highlight the impact of our work on the district's economy and communities, and to discuss how we can best support the council and the mayor's goals of driving economic development, accelerating small business growth, and making the city more affordable and sustainable for residents. I'm also honored to appear alongside dedicated colleagues committing their careers to public service. My remarks are going to focus on three main points. First, I'll outline the impact DC Green Bank has had across the district and in each ward represented by the committee. Second, I'll discuss how DC Green Bank's work aligns with the district's current priorities. Third, I'll share a perspective on how the FY25 revised budget and the proposed budget for FY26 can best support DC Green Bank's mission and investments in small businesses, job creation, sustainability, and utility savings for DC residents and businesses. But before I start, I want to just acknowledge, as you kicked it off, Chair Allen, that this will be my last time testifying on behalf of DC Green Bank as our CEO. It has been an absolute pleasure to lead the organization the last 2 years. And I'm so proud of what our team has accomplished and with your leadership and the support that the council and the mayor's office has given us, what we've been able to do together. I know the organizations will be in excellent hands with our leadership team and under the guidance of our longtime board member and board chair, Brandy Collender, who will step in as the interim CEO upon my departure. So I also wanted to thank you, Chair Ellen, for your guidance during my time at the DC Green Bank and strong stewardship of this committee, which has delivered a significant down payment on a thriving and inclusive DC. With the support of the council and the mayor, DC Green Bank was created to catalyze investments in community and economic growth in a clean energy economy. To date, we've invested $75 million in green buildings and clean energy projects across the district and further unlocked $760 million in total investment. Put more directly, for every dollar DC Green Bank invests since 2020, more than 10 additional dollars have flowed from public and private sources into the district. These investments have resulted in creating more than 4,000 jobs, saving residents and community organizations millions of dollars in utility bills savings, and delivered nearly 1,000 affordable homes in communities where they're needed the most. Over the last year, we worked together with public and private stakeholders to unlock capital for a diverse array of community projects. Today, I'm going to focus on our impact in 3 key areas. The first is affordable housing, second is small business growth, and last, utility and energy cost savings. Since our last budget hearing, we've invested in affordable housing developments in wards 4, 5, and 6 that are going to deliver over 200 new affordable homes. These projects will also achieve some of the highest standards for energy efficiency and high-performance buildings, cutting utility costs and providing healthier homes for district residents. In addition, just a few weeks ago, we were joined by multiple members of the committee to celebrate a green affordable housing project at the Faircliff, which is supporting 125 Columbia Heights families and individuals. DC Green Bank helped this project with an early pre-development loan that provided incentives for the developers to reach even higher levels of energy efficiency in green buildings. The lasting impact of this project is not only the number of new homes it creates, but also how it can be a model for marrying sustainability and deep affordability. Our recent investments demonstrate our unique value for boosting small businesses and also supporting emerging developers in DC. First, we financed 3 all-electric modular kitchens and rooftop solar at Sycamore and Oak, a community center and retail venue in Ward 8. This building is an example of holistic community development, an incubator for entrepreneurs, as well as a launching pad for restaurants east of the river. Second, in Ward 4, we worked with a new DC-based developer through our Community Impact Initiative. Through our loan readiness program, we can help small businesses and community institutions through a loan process that helps them be ready to finance clean energy and energy efficiency projects. This program made it possible to invest in a local developer, and she's now adding affordable homes to the Kennedy Street corridor. Third, DC Greenbanks helped the historic Howard Theater replace and upgrade its failing HVAC system. The theater was paying thousands of dollars a month for an auxiliary system because it couldn't secure the necessary funding from traditional financial institutions. With the support of rebates from our partners at the DCSEU, our financing paid for a more efficient system as well as rooftop solar. These investments are going to save a combined total of $1.5 million in operating costs for this important community institution. Collaborations with our partners like DOEE and DCSEU show how our combined efforts can lead to substantial economic and energy savings for DC businesses and our communities. Our investments in solar energy are also making a difference for residents in all wards. We recently financed a project with the City First Enterprises that will add solar for over 300 households. This is going to save those families an average of 90% on their energy bills. At least 75% of the benefits are going to flow to low and moderate income households. So projects like these demonstrate how critical these investments are in realizing actual energy bill savings. It's a pocketbook issue. It's a kitchen table issue, and we can grow the clean energy sector in the meantime. In addition to our direct investments, DC Greenbank also administers the DC PACE program. We recently announced a $22 million deal that's financing an office to hotel conversion in DuPont Circle. This previously empty office space is now going to host visitors, a restaurant, and create jobs and economic opportunities in the heart of DC. The PACE program makes it easier for capital providers to invest in energy efficient buildings, including hotels, apartment buildings, and sports stadiums, and gives developers another pathway to finance building upgrades and lower their operating costs. To date, the DC PACE program has unlocked over $130 million in investments for projects across the district. Finally, in addition to our investments, the DC Greenbank's been working to streamline our operations to make our funding go even further. By right-sizing contracts for business services and negotiating a new lease, we cut our overhead costs significantly. Last year, we achieved a 15% reduction in business management costs, and that represents the second consecutive year of double-digit operational cost savings. Now I'm going to move on to the impacts of the FY25 and 26 budget proposal. Just last week, as you all know, Mayor Bowser unveiled her growth agenda focused on investments in the economy, building small businesses, creating jobs, and saving money for families. This is exactly what DC Greenbank does. We invest in projects that support small businesses, we help grow jobs, and make homes more affordable and sustainable for our families. The projects I've highlighted are just the latest in a long track record of bolstering local businesses and the workforce, delivering affordable housing, and cutting families' utility bills. To date, our investments have supported over 1,000 affordable homes, created more than 4,000 jobs, and installed enough solar power to power an estimated 1,600 homes each year. Through both direct investments and PACE, we can provide flexible capital to support things like office conversions, preserving new affordable housing, and helping to grow and strengthen the downtown. Because of our unique role in the community, our expertise in clean energy, and our ability to support small businesses, we can make loans that traditional lenders are either unwilling or unable to make. We understand that the district is in a difficult budget environment. In light of that, the proposed budget for the remainder of the fiscal year and for fiscal years 26 to 28 would cut DC Greenbank's funding significantly to $3.5 million from the minimum that was restored in the last fiscal year at $7 million. These cuts are in addition to the further $20 million that DC Greenbank was intended to receive under prior statutory authority. These proposed changes would have a significant negative impact on our ability to invest in affordable housing, make it more difficult for small businesses to access our financing, and make it harder for families to realize direct savings from solar energy deployment and building upgrades. A substantial reduction in DC Green Bank's budget would not only lower the financing available for projects, but it would also result in fewer opportunities for us to catalyze private investment. Last year, our leverage ratio was 14-1, meaning that for every dollar we invested, 14 additional dollars from other sources flowed into DC to help build more housing, create jobs, and lower consumer energy costs. Furthermore, without sustained and predictable funding from the district, it will be more challenging to leverage additional funds to scale our investment and impact. As we navigate these critical budget discussions, DC Green Bank will continue to collaborate with the council, with Mayor Bowser and our agency colleagues, and a terrific network of partners to find creative solutions to invest in a more prosperous future for all Washingtonians. We welcome the opportunity to explore avenues for new funding streams and continue to support communities across the district. This will ensure the continuity of our vital work and support the mayor and council's shared goals. In closing, I want to thank the committee for the commitment to collaborating with DC Green Bank today and long into the future. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of our outstanding staff. Seated next to me is Greg Haygood, our CFO, and we look forward to hearing your questions and continuing the conversation. I also just want to share, as this is my last hearing, my tremendous appreciation for the team at the DC Green Bank, our committed board of directors, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. I'm gonna have more to say about that in just a little bit. So thank you. Next, we're gonna turn to Mr. Burdick with SEU. And then after that, we'll turn to Director Jackson with DOEE, and then we'll jump into questions after that. Mr. Burdick?
Thank you, Chair Allen. Good afternoon, Committee of Transportation and the Environment. My name is Ben Burdick. I'm the Managing Director here at the District of Columbia Sustainable Energy Utility, or DCSEU. I'm a district resident of 20 years and a current resident of Ward 5. On behalf of the DCSU team, we really appreciate the opportunity to testify in this budget oversight hearing and attest to the positive impact of our work and the potential impacts the FY 2026 proposed budget would have on district residents and businesses we serve and partner with through our programs. I've submitted more detailed written testimony for the record, which I will summarize and reference here. We recognize the unenviable position the district government finds itself in due to a variety of factors, many of which are beyond your control. The DCSU stands ready to support a pro-growth agenda. In fact, we believe the DCSU is designed to be in lockstep with the priorities of attracting and retaining DC residents, attracting new businesses and economic activity, and driving job growth, all while helping the district make progress towards its clean energy and climate goals. So our impact since we got started, for the past 14 years, the DCSU has worked on a performance contract administered by DOEE. We've been supporting residents and businesses through the delivery of financial incentives, technical assistance, and educational initiatives that have generated more than $2 billion in lifetime cost savings for the district. All of this has been done by responsibly deploying more than $180 million in rebates and incentives since 2011, making the DCSEU a tremendous return on investment for the district. Our results also include making the benefits of solar available at no cost to more than 11,000 income qualified families through the District Solar for All program that will result in at least $80 million in lifetime electricity bill reductions, investing more than $60 million in energy efficiency programs in income qualified communities, investing more than $90 million with CBEs, Certified Business Enterprises, since FY 2012, creating at least 66 green jobs each year for district residents through our programs, including last year, as we reported on FY 2024, 90 green jobs. Graduating more than 200 DC residents through our workforce development program, where we see a job placement rate of more than 80% after program completion. And in FY 2024, included 41 graduates, including 34 from wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. Prioritizing the amount of funding returned to DC ratepayers. So in FY 2024, 62% of our funding went back to ratepayers via rebates and incentives, or to contractors that we work with. And then ultimately generating lifetime reductions in greenhouse gas emissions of more than 9.7 million metric tons CO2 equivalent. Working with DOE, the DCSU has been able to develop strong partnerships and connections with the community and our customers, support and grow the certified business enterprise and local contracting community, drive significant long-term energy cost savings for residents and businesses, support low-income families and affordable multifamily housing providers, and drive down greenhouse gas emissions. In my written testimony, I provided some additional details on the DCSU's progress and accomplishments leading up to and including FY 2024, which we provided testimony about back in February. Today, we really want to focus specifically around three programs: the Affordable Home Electrification Program, AHEP, the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, ARA, and Solar for All. So just as some background, the Affordable Home Electrification Program, or AHEP, provides income-qualified DC residents the opportunity to upgrade to efficient electric equipment in their homes: heat pumps, heat pump water heaters, electric or induction stoves, all at no cost, working with local contractors. The program provides access to more efficient equipment, better indoor air quality, and access to cooling for some residents who might not previously have had it. In FY 2024, the DCSU's budget was reduced, which included cuts of approximately $2.8 million to AHEP. Working with 4CB contractors, the DCSU was still able to serve 81 income-qualified families with upgrades of heating, cooling, water heating, stoves to electrify equipment and upgrade efficiency. The Retrofit Accelerator provides technical assistance, financial incentives, and contractor support to help owners of qualifying affordable multifamily housing understand and reduce their energy use to support deep energy retrofits or compliance with building energy performance standards. Projects have included lighting, chillers, heat pump electrification projects, efficient laundry systems, building automation controls, upgrades, and the like. In FY 2024, the DCSU's budget for ARA was reduced by approximately $5.7 million. Despite these cuts, and thanks to some funding that was returned thanks to council's work, the DCSU was able to serve 17 properties comprising more than 2,700 dwelling units with energy efficiency measures. Finally, Solar for All. The DCSU has operated the Solar for All program in partnership with DOE since 2019. It's designed to provide low-income residents access to benefits of solar. We work with contractors to install rooftop systems on single-family income-qualified homes, and then with solar developers to develop larger community solar systems that income-qualified residents can subscribe to through DOE and receive bill credits. To date, again, we've delivered enough solar to provide 11,000 homes access to solar at no cost, and that will drive, again, more than $80 million in lifetime electricity bill savings. Last year, the Solar for All program experienced cuts of approximately $4.1 million, which did eliminate any new community solar installations for that year and did reduce the number of single-family homes that could be served. A portion of funding was restored, thankfully, later in the fiscal year, which did allow us to serve a total of 58 families with single-family installations, the majority in Wards 7 and 8. In terms of our FY 25 progress to date, at the start of FY 2025, we began work to update and deploy new programs, including launching a new DC electrification rebate offer, which provides enhanced rebates for all DC residents, as well as updating the Affordable Home Electrification Program, Solar for All, and the Retrofit Accelerator programs under DOEE to meet additional federal requirements to leverage federal IRA funding alongside local SCTF dollars. So working through uncertainty around the availability of federal funding, the DCSU's work closely with DOE to make the necessary adjustments to these programs to incorporate federal requirements, recruit additional contractor capacity to serve these programs, and built a strong pipeline of projects. We are now in a position to serve that pipeline of customers that have built up in the AHEP and ARA programs and continue to drive additional leads to the program based on the federal and local funding anticipated moving forward. So as I noted earlier, DCSU has completed, or in my written testimony, I note that the DCSU completed audits in 65 affordable multifamily properties. That's identified more than $185 million in potential energy efficiency upgrades that will either help these buildings achieve deep energy savings, electrify their equipment. In FY 2025, we've identified projects for energy audits. Energy audits are completed in these properties prior to doing any upgrades. So 3 partial energy audits serving 567 dwelling units, 2 audits that we're going to complete fully serving 283 dwelling units, and then energy efficiency implementation projects, 6 projects with local funds covering 606 dwelling units, and 8 projects that will combine federal and local funds that would serve about 852 dwelling units. These projects represent properties across 7 of the district's 8 wards and are estimated at a total of more than $13 million in incentives, which would exceed the available local and federal funding in FY 2025. For the AHEP program, in FY '25, we plan to serve approximately 180 homes or units through AHEP utilizing local and federal IRA funding. The program will expand to small income qualified multifamily properties with fewer than 20 units. And for single family homes, the DCSEU team works closely to ensure residents have access to solar for all at the same time. And works with those previously served through solar for all to determine if they're interested in electrification of the systems in their homes. Right now, we have, in terms of our active single-family projects, we have 126 active projects at 143 total dwelling units. And for those multifamily properties that we're looking to expand to, we have 12 projects that are already interested, representing just under 100 dwelling units. For Solar for All, we're continuing to serve income-qualified single-family homes with rooftop solar in FY 2025, utilizing local funds. We're also a partner on the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund under DOEE, and we'll be utilizing local and federal funding for community solar projects submitted through a competitive RFP process, which closes on June 11th, actually. This year, we plan to serve approximately 200 single-family homes across the district. And again, for community solar, we've issued that RFP utilizing local and federal GGRF Solar for All funding, of which DC Green Bank is a partner on the GGRF and several other local partners to drive significant community solar development over the next several years. And still unclear of what the impacts for federal clean energy tax credits would be on the Solar for All program. In terms of the impact of the proposed budget on the DCSEU, overall, it's difficult to provide an estimate of what we plan to or can achieve in future fiscal years when the level of funding available is relatively volatile. And the types of projects that we support often require significant planning, lead times, and financial or time investments from contractors and customers. So while quantifying the exact impacts of the proposed budget today without knowing the final allocations is challenging, if the budget were to pass as proposed, it could create significant negative impacts on the residents and businesses who are counting on DCSEU programs and tension on DCSEU's requirements. So in terms of customer and contractor concerns, since FY 2024, when funding for ARA, AHEP, and Solar for All were reduced, there have been growing tensions regarding funding predictability and consistency. Thankfully, a portion of those funds were restored later in FY 2024, and the DCSEU was able to work with contractors and customers to complete some of the previously planned projects. However, last year's budget reductions did create concern among contractors and customers. Questions about the volatility of federal funding in 2025 and beyond, and local funding proposed to be reduced for these programs in FY 2026 creates further challenges in driving long-term project pipeline, building trust with customers and contractors, and completing projects with contractors and customers that take that time to develop. In anticipation of local and federal matching funds, we've been working to ramp up contractor capacity and drive interest and leads to these programs. Contractors have been consistent in their feedback that if they know funding will be available and at what levels, they can ensure that they have the appropriate staffing levels in place to meet program needs. If they don't have that certainty, they will likely need to make the business decision to focus their companies elsewhere. Affordable multifamily property owners have also voiced their concerns about funding being available to complete projects that are started in one fiscal year and will need to be completed in the next fiscal year or subsequent fiscal years. Without a strong contractor base and customer trust for these projects, the DCSEU will not be able to meet the goals set out for it. Local funds are also really essential to draw down these federal funds. So in addition, ARA, AHEP, and Solar for All were all designed and submitted to DOE and EPA with local funding or existing DCSEU programming laying on top of federal funding to ensure the needs of district residents would be met through these programs. For the AHEP and ARA programs, for example, local funds in FY 2026 would allow us to utilize about $17.5 million in federal funding, which provides a great opportunity to expand the reach and impact of these programs for low-income residents and owners of affordable multifamily housing. Without local funding, the DCSEU would complete fewer projects, could need to renegotiate program plans with the Department of Energy with no guarantee new plans would be approved, or may have to return funding to the federal government if programs cannot be redesigned or local funding was not available. The project level impacts could be significant. These estimates are really based on either project pipelines, historic results, or goals for these programs, which could be jeopardized by lack of local funds to layer onto the federal funding that remains available for the programs. For AHEP, up to 300 low-income single-family homes and multifamily units may not be upgraded with efficient equipment, We work with about 9 CBE contractors on that program. The retrofit accelerator, again, more than 60 affordable multifamily buildings that are eligible for the program may not be served. That represents more than 9,000 units. And again, that $185 million so far in potential energy efficiency projects identified through audits. About 20 contractors that we partner with on this program, including 7 CBE contractors. And then Solar for All, again, 200 single-family homes who we're trying to serve in FY 2025. If that were the same that we would serve in FY 26, that would be about $2 million in lifetime electricity bill savings for low-income residents. And again, we work with 9 contractors on that program this year, including 6 CBE contractors. So in addition, beyond FY 2026, the changes proposed in the budget could further reduce the SETF funding available for DCSU programs moving forward. In terms of our support for the DC Green Bank, as Ms. Miller said, our partners at the DC Green Bank would also be impacted by the proposed budget. DC Green Bank has provided financing for clean energy and sustainability projects across the district since its creation in 2018. Sometimes their financing is provided alongside or leverages the DCSEU's incentives. Sometimes they can provide financing support where the DCSEU may not be able to provide our incentives. Both of our organizations provide access to both clean energy incentives and financing that create catalytic investments, drive long-term energy cost savings, and create opportunities for local businesses and residents. In closing, I just want to share a story about a district resident named Victor to demonstrate the impact of the DCSU's work on residents. Victor moved to DC in 2021, where he discovered our workforce development program. As the first to own a home in his family, he was met with typical challenges of sustainable property upgrades. He undertook extensive renovations to make his Ward 7 home as energy efficient and gas-free as possible. As an income-qualified DC homeowner, he was able to qualify for no-cost clean energy and electrification services through Solar for All and the Affordable Home Electrification Program with the DCSEU. Through Solar for All, he received the solar PV system paired with a 10 kW battery system as a part of the program's FY 2024 home battery pilot. With the support of AHEP, he transitioned his gas HVAC equipment to an efficient electric heat pump and heat pump water heater. And these upgrades not only addressed his home energy issues, but also enabled to significantly lower his utility bills and environmental footprint. His story is a prime example of what investing in a trained workforce, clean energy, and local businesses equipped and ready to do the work looks like and encapsulates the DCSU's mission. As council finalizes the budget, the DCSU stands ready to make the best use of the funds it has available and to partner with DOE on ensuring we're utilizing them to maximize our impact. At a time when starting this month, electricity bills are expected to rise significantly for DC residents and businesses, energy efficiency and clean energy investments can help soften the blow of these increases. The DCSU and DC Green Bank programs are truly an investment in the future. They're an investment in the district's economy and in the business community to drive more efficient buildings, an investment in the district's contractors and workforce to drive job growth, an investment in the city's most vulnerable residents to keep them in their homes, and an investment in meeting the city's clean energy and climate goals. I want to say thank you to you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to say thank you to the DCSEU team if they're listening. And I look forward to any questions the committee may have today or after the hearing, if we can provide any additional information that might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burdick. And I'm sure the entire SEU team is tuned in, breathlessly watching. Absolutely. All right, Director Jackson, let me turn to you now. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Glad to be here for another round. But first off, as I always do, I want to thank my team. So I want to thank my deputy directors that are here with me today, my financial team that's here as well, all the employees at DOE. Were it not for all of them, this budget and what we're about to discuss wouldn't be possible. The work that we do on behalf of the residents of DC would not be possible. So I always like to start off thanking them because they do the work. I'm just sitting at the table. That's how I look at it. So with that, I'll start my testimony. So good afternoon, Councilperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. I'm Richard Jackson, Director of the Department of Energy and Environment, referred to as DOE. I'm pleased to appear before the committee today to provide testimony on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser on the proposed budget for the district for the Department of Energy and Environment for fiscal year FY26. As we prepare for the coming fiscal year, the District of Columbia faces many challenges: economic uncertainty, as well as uncertainty regarding support from the federal government requires us to be cautious about spending and to be focused on an economic growth agenda that will allow DC to be stronger and more resilient going forward. The mayor's budget addresses the challenges of these times while remaining deeply committed to DC values by making strategic long-term investments in our residents and economy. The mayor's commitment to grow DC is a plan to keep people and families in DC and attract new residents, to create economic activity to fund city services and programs, and to attract new businesses to create new jobs for DC residents. DOE's total proposed operating budget for FY '26 is $242 million. These funds come in four forms: $144 million in federal grants, which includes grants that have not yet been awarded but may be awarded at lower amounts than assumed in the budget, or that may not be received at all. $76 million in special purpose revenue funds, $19.9 million in local funds, and $4.9 million in private grant funds. The numbers in the budget reflect some significant cuts. However, I'm happy to say that the mayor's budget preserves our FTE count, allowing us to maintain our workforce and investments in talent and human capital we have made over the past several years. While some programs will see reductions compared to the past few budget cycles, DOE remains dedicated to its mission of improving the quality of life and environment for district residents. Last year, when I came before this committee to discuss our FY '25 budget, there was much good news to share regarding federal funding, both for our standard formula funding and in the form of grant opportunities authorized under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act. However, I cautioned at the time that these funding sources are not guaranteed and are often subject to restrictions. While we remain optimistic that federal grants already awarded will continue to support district priorities, we need to be realistic about the challenges that we face along with states and localities across the nation. Before launching into these programs and activities planned for each of the 6 administrations with the DOE, it's important to note that the FY '26 budget chapter represents a reorganization that better reflects the agency's operations and organizational structure as it has existed for some time now. At first glance, you will see what appears to be a major shift in dollars and personnel assigned to DOE's administrations and offices. However, if you review carefully, you will see that most of those changes do not significantly affect the agency's overall bottom line. The dollars and FTEs are simply being moved on paper to align with the agency's actual functions. For example, you'll see lines that show the elimination of the Office of Enforcement and Environmental Justice. The reality is that those FTEs and the resources supporting their work have functionally been part of our Office of the General Counsel for several years. The budget now reflects that reality. DOE's FY '26 budget also shows with clarity the delineation of our Utility Affordability Administration as a set of teams and programs separate from our Energy Administration, as well as the longstanding reality that our Natural Resources Administration performs a set of functions that differ from our Environmental Services Administration. While this restructuring may be confusing at first, our hope is that the cleaner delineation of our teams and programs in a reorganized budget chapter will make it easier from now on to read DOE's budget and see where our dollars are actually going. One more note about our overall structure before diving into each administration. An actual change that you'll see, which is reflected in the decreases in FTEs assigned to the Environmental Services Administration and to DOE as a whole when compared to FY '25. The FY '26 budget has the Lead Poisoning Prevention Program moving from DOE to the DC Department of Health, a change I mentioned at our performance hearing earlier this year. Those personnel, along with the associated local and federal dollars that fund their work, show up in the DC Health budget. We continue to work with our partners at DC Health to ensure a seamless transition for this program. I will now provide an overview of our priorities and activities in FY '26 that are funded in the mayor's budget. For our Energy Administration, the FY '26 budget maintains staffing in a time of budget uncertainty, which will allow DOE to explore ways to improve its energy programs in anticipation of future resources. It will also allow us to focus attention on laying the foundation for energy cost savings for the district in the coming years, particularly through our work with the Public Service Commission. DOE has aggressively pursued federal funding opportunities and continued to look for ways to deploy the available federal dollars in FY '26, where those dollars do not depend on local funding. We will lean more heavily on federal funds and work to identify ways to deploy them for maximum impact. While the FY '26 budget provides reduced SETF funding than the previous year, DOE is working to deploy SETF funds, including through the DCSEU, to support district priorities and programs. DOE staff are identifying the most effective and impactful ways to invest SETF funds through the DCSEU, leaving no options off the table to ensure we provide the maximum benefits to district residents with the resources we have. Federal greenhouse reduction funds provide a critical source of funding in FY '26 to expand our Solar for All program and reduce energy costs to district residents that need those benefits the most. Federal funds will help fill the reduced revenues to REDF in recent years and support much-needed investments. For Environmental Services Administration, in FY '26, DOE intends to use $11.75 million in capital funds to continue implementing the Anacostia River Sediment Project. DOE expects to begin in-river operations and complete remediation actions in some key areas in FY '26. DOE remains committed to maximizing air quality benefits and addressing related health outcomes throughout the district. In FY '26, we will continue to use capital funds out of our initial allotment of $250,000 toward installing low-cost air quality sensors around schools to better understand air pollution impacts on district residents, in particular young people. We will continue to use a competitive ARPA community monitoring grant of $500,000 to deploy 4 new air quality monitoring stations in overburdened communities in line with the recommendations of community groups. We will begin to use $600,000 in IRA funds to build a mobile monitoring platform, and as resources allow, fill certain vacant funded positions in the air quality division, primarily in the permitting branch, which is currently at 50% capacity due to retirements, in order to reduce permits turnaround time. To protect children and other vulnerable populations, DOE will use $1.4 million in BIL funds in FY '26 to assess and clean up 8 dry cleaner sites that could impact licensed child development facilities. And DOE will also initiate work funded by a nearly $2 million EPA grant to assess additional dry cleaner sites in wards 5, 7, and 8 over a 3-year period. The Lead Safe and Healthy Housing Division will also use $1 million in local funds to address exposure to lead in drinking water on licensed child development facilities. In FY '26, DOE's Rail Safety and Emergency Response Program will continue its monitoring and inspection activities throughout the district's freight rail corridor, with a focus on hazmat and track inspections. This transition of the state safety oversight responsibilities for the DC streetcar and a Federal Transit Administration grant from DC FEMS to DOE are expected to be completed soon. While the mayor's budget anticipates significant changes to streetcar operations in the coming years, in the short term, these important safety oversight responsibilities will continue without interruption. So with regards to our Natural Resources Administration, our proposed FY '26 budget funds the grant for wildlife rehabilitation in the district at a slight increase over past levels. City Wildlife currently is the only licensed wildlife rehabilitation facility in the city, and we continue to assist them. Animals that are rehabilitated and released contribute to the district's biodiversity. The facility also provides important wildlife health surveillance, supporting the early detection and monitoring of wildlife diseases and other threats. With the $500,000 provided in the FY '25 budget for invasive plant management and forest patches on district-owned and managed lands, DOE hired a coordinator who is working with sister agencies and organizing trainings and volunteer events with community-based organizations on invasive plant management. Contractors are also conducting invasive plant management activities at 8 sites. Proposed FY '26 funding is reduced, but we will still fund the coordinator position, a smaller amount of contractor or grantee work, and supplies and equipment for volunteer events. DOE will continue to issue its park maintenance grants that support trash cleanup, invasive plant removal, and trail maintenance all over the district, with an emphasis on work in wards 7 and 8. Otherwise, the Kingman Island Rangers grant will be issued to run a program employing district residents facing barriers to employment, which includes on-the-job training, mentorship, and soft training skills. This grant employs 11 district residents annually through a combination of full-time, seasonal, and youth ranger programming. The Office of District Waterways Management has made progress in seeking a contractor to support the development of a waterways advisory plan and expects to award the contract by mid-summer 2025. Simultaneously, the office is coordinating efforts to stand up the District Waterways Advisory Commission by conducting outreach, vetting applications, and providing recommendations to the mayor and council will continue to do so. As the commission is being stood up and preparations are made for plan development, the office will continue to learn from and coordinate with other agencies, jurisdictions, and stakeholders in advanced waterways management through revitalizing the Clean Marina Program and implementing projects in the Anacostia River Corridor Restoration Plan. DOE also plans to carry out recommendations from the City Administrator's Flood Task Force to design resilient projects in the Watts Branch neighborhoods, Kenilworth Park North, and Ivy City. These projects include funds from our local Wetland Mitigation Fund and DOE staff time as our local match, and will depend on grants in FEMA's Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities and Flood Mitigation Programs to fully execute. Using capital funding in FY '26, DOE will retrofit 3 DPR parks and 3 DCPS schools with green infrastructure to capture and treat stormwater runoff, improving water quality in Anacostia and Potomac rivers. The agent will also begin work on an awarded design contract focused on educational and recreational improvements on Kingman and Heritage Islands, following the completion of $900,000 worth of ecological restoration on the island in FY '25 for stream and water restoration. DOE will begin work on the Fort DuPont stream restoration and finish restoring Stickfoot Stream Restoration Project, complete an environmental assessment and designs for the restoration of Pinehurst Branch, complete 100% designs for up to 60 acres of wetland restoration in Kingman Lake, and produce designs to restore approximately 11 degraded stormwater outfalls and gullies, and complete Oxarun's storm restoration designs in a master park plan in coordination with DPR. Our Utility Sustainability Administration, DOE's Environmentally Preferred Products and Services, or EPPS, staff will continue to coordinate with OCP to begin a phased rollout of a certification system, allowing DOE to seamlessly review contracts over $100,000 for compliance with EPS specifications as required by the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. One important element of this work will add support in accounting for and reducing emissions attributable to the district's government's food and beverage purchasing, where an 18% reduction was required by the end of FY '27. In FY '26, we look forward to the return of the Small and Accessible Sustainability Grant Program, which provides small grants to entities undertaking projects related to urban agriculture, as well as donation and reuse. DDO expects to award approximately 15 small grants for approximately $10,000 each. These grants allow DOE to fund community-based projects that may otherwise have difficulty competing for government funding. The Office of Urban Agriculture will manage the USDA's Specialty Crop Block Grant Program to enhance the competitiveness of specialty crops such as fruits and vegetables, in partnership with DC farmers and organizations for the second year following the transfer of this program from UDC. In addition, we will continue to grant tax abatements in partnership with OTR to landowners who prioritize farming on their property and partner with DGS to identify public land available for farming. There will also be enhanced resilience and preparedness for district residents and our infrastructure, another key focus of our ongoing work. Examples of enhanced resilience to benefit our residents include the launch of several new initiatives in partnership with Serve DC, ACEMA, and DDOT, namely a volunteer heat ambassador program to check on vulnerable residents during extreme heat events, and the creation of cool corridors through a combination of pavement treatments, trees, and other green infrastructure. Our Utility Affordability Administration is again faced with growing challenges for its utility assistance programs to the increasing demand for assistance and uncertainties of traditional federal assistance. Notwithstanding those challenges, we have continued to serve the residents of the District of Columbia with all available resources. This fiscal year, thus far, we have provided benefits and services to 40,914 district households. We expect similar demand for assistance in FY '26. These demands will be difficult to meet, especially if there are major changes to federal funding for the LIHEAP program. We're exploring alternative ways to utilize our local and federal funding and allocating benefits to make our assistance program more sustainable. For Operations Services Administration, DOE has implemented a 3-year workforce development strategic plan to improve the coordination of its programs, both internally and with sister agencies and trade unions, and to establish informed estimates of labor market growth and training needs to match DC resident programs. These activities support the mayor's economic growth agenda and will position our agency to apply for future federal funding to develop and advise on innovative training programs, serving residents whether they face barriers to employment or seeking upskilling for family-sustaining careers. DOE continues to move forward with our Green Trades DC program, even as our federal ARPA funds that have supported the program expired in FY 25. Another funding source, EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, now supports the program, allowing the agency to remain dedicated to helping district residents interested in solar, renewable, and other green infrastructure jobs through our grant to International Brotherhood for Electrical Workers, Local 26. In closing, I'm proud of the work that DU has done and continues to do for district residents, even during challenging budget times. I want to emphasize again, the mayor's budget preserves the staff capacity we have built up over the years so that we can continue to carry our core services, advance environmental protections, and policy innovation. DOE's policies and programs preserve the natural environment, increase the resilience, and train residents in new fields that boost our transition to a green economy. We strive to improve living conditions and reduce utility costs for vulnerable residents across the district. DOE's work is as essential as ever and will be a key part of the mayor's commitment to ensure that families and residents stay in DC, not only to take advantage of new economic opportunities, but also to experience and enjoy the natural environment and ecosystems that make our city a thriving and vibrant place. We appreciate the opportunity to share our work plan for the coming year and look forward to continuing to work with the committee. This concludes my testimony, and my team and I are happy to address your questions.
Thank you very much, Director Jackson. And thank you all for your testimony. We're joined by Councilor Lewis George, so I'm going to turn to her in a moment for a round. What I'm going to do is do my first round on the SEU, and if I have time, pulling the SEU into that. And then after that, then be able to jump to DOEE. So I'm going to kind of probably break up my questions by partners here. So let me go ahead and just jump in. Let me start, Ms. Miller. I appreciate your testimony. I do want to start by thanking you for your service as the CEO of the Green Bank. It's been a pleasure working with you for the last couple of years. I think you've done a phenomenal job of leading and growing this agency and this office. And I think I feel certainly much more aware of and informed by how much work is happening all across our city at the Green Bank. I think actually every member of this council is more informed and is better aware of the work that's happening and the good work that's happening because of you and your team's really wonderful outreach to make sure that people could understand and connect the dots. And I think that you have also in particular done a great job of helping connect the dots for a lot of folks, that the Green Bank certainly is about sustainability and meeting our climate goals, but it is also about kitchen table issues of affordability, making sure people can afford to call DC home, lowering utility bills. It is also very much part of the growth we need in our city, building new homes. So I just want to thank you specifically for your work. Your successor is going to have some big shoes to fill, but we're really grateful for everything that you've done. And so I'm glad that we were able to get you to join us for this last hearing here and hopefully have a good send off as well. So thank you. So with that, and let me jump right in on all that great news. And now, Joe. All right, so the budget book shows the Green Bank's operating budget for FY26 is $3.5 million. That is a 92% reduction from the FY25 approved budget of $43 million. Now, at first, it appeared as if it were a near elimination of the agency, and we asked for more information. And while the agency is receiving a significant cut to the contribution it was expecting to receive in FY26, and I'll turn to that in a moment, my understanding is that the 92% cut mostly reflects a new budgeting practice within the OCFO. Could you help clarify for myself, for the committee, and for the public how the Green Bank's proposed or approved budget was determined in previous fiscal years and how that's changing in FY26 so we can understand where we're seeing the numbers?
Sure, I'd be happy to kick that off, Chair Ellen, and thank you so much for your gracious remarks and recognition. It's been an incredible honor to be able to serve alongside my colleagues and to work with you and leadership across the council. On our budget, first off, the sort of top line is the reduction in SETF transfers. That was historically the minimum had been 10 million, and then in last year's budget cycle, as you know, it went from 10 temporarily zeroed out. Then the council restored funding and to the tune of about $6 million. And in the statute for SETF, the new minimum was established as 7 million. So we took a haircut, but we're counting on the minimum contribution of 7 million for this fiscal year and carrying forward through fiscal year 28. So the immediate impact in the proposed budget language on our budget, and then I'll turn it over to our CFO to walk through the change in accounting and some of the prior funds that had not been received that are reflected in that larger picture. But for us in the, in our approved budget, we were tracking and counting on the receipt of 7 million this year. To date, we have not received a transfer of SETF. So we remain at 0. We're optimistic. We'll get to 3.5 and hopefully restored even further towards the minimum of 7 million.
And just to note, we're almost at the fourth quarter of the fiscal year and you have received 0.
That's correct, but we are optimistic there's a transfer.
We're always optimistic. But we're gonna come back to this in a
Yeah,
little bit, but
but-
we are near the fourth quarter of the fiscal year and not a penny has been transferred.
That's correct.
Okay.
And we are, looking at the 14 million reduction, just to get back to your top line number of, if the SCTF minimum is moved down to 3.5, that results in a total 14 million reduction in anticipated transfers through FY 28. That's our immediate budget impact. And then with the last year's 14:1 leverage ratio, could potentially result in 140 million in investments that were, that might not be viable as a result of the loss of SCTF in terms of a capital mobilization opportunity or net negative impact as a result of those reductions. I'll turn it to Greg, though, to give you the story about the change from the prior budget table and what we were seeing this year.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Fiscal year 25 budget column would represent the prior statute, so the current year amount to be transferred and all prior year transfers that had not been received. And fiscal year 26 would represent the current or newly revised statute and then the amount of money that the mayor would be planning to transfer in fiscal year 26, which is 3.5 of the total 7 million. So the change is more reflecting the change in statute and not a direct reduction to the scheduled transfer.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so let's turn then and kind of dig in on the reduced SETF transfer. So for the FY 25, well, I'll come back in a second. So for the FY 26, let's start there. The budget book showing the Green Bank slated to receive 3.5 million from the SETF, which is a marked reduction from where it's supposed to be. That's half of what the Green Bank was supposed to receive in FY 26, which is lower than what it should have been even before last year's haircut, as we like to call it. But that's what the operating budget for FY 26 is representing, is the 3.5.
Correct.
We're on the same page there. So it's fair to say the actual reduction being proposed to your budget this year, if I'm looking at it from a budget book perspective, is going from the 7 to the 3.5, so a reduction of 3.5.
Correct.
50% as well. All right. Other than the SETF allocation and then the interest payments that you're receiving from outstanding loans, are there any other funds that the Green Bank's expecting to receive in FY 26?
There are, and so there are a number of federal programs that we are participating in as a subrecipient in partnership with our district agencies. So with DOEE, with HCMA, and with DHCD, we're all working closely together in support of deployment strategy to take advantage of federal funding opportunities that align with the district's priorities. So one of those is through the STORM Act that I mentioned in my performance oversight hearing. That could be up to 18 million total that can flow through the DC Green Bank in support of green infrastructure projects at affordable housing communities. And we're working on building a pipeline of projects in communities that could benefit from resilience measures, and we anticipate receiving those funds over a 2-year cycle. So that's one source. Others are,
Just real fast.
yeah,
on-
go ahead.
On the Storm Act funding.
Yeah.
Have you received any of those funds to date?
Not yet. They will be, we're working with DHCD on an agreement to have the first year of funds transferred very soon.
Okay. Do we know that those dollars are actually encumbered and in the hand of DHCD?
They have been received by the district. So they're at the agency level at
Okay.
this stage. Yes.
Got it.
And then another source, as Director Jackson mentioned, is through the Solar for All program, the federal Solar for All
Mhm.
program. We are a named subrecipient and working alongside DCSEU and other partners to deploy in our under a solar loan facility up to 19 million over the period of performance. So we do anticipate those funds to be drawn and dispersed to eligible projects
Mhm.
over the next 12 to 24 months.
Got it. All right. So those federal funds are what's going to come in through those two. Those are two major buckets.
Yes, two that we were also counting on and prepared for in our budget forecast for next year. So the hope is that we'll be able to leverage local and federal sources to get through these turbulent times and to ensure we've got some durability and predictability to invest in the communities.
I'll consider myself skeptical that we're going to be able to count on federal dollars. But I hear you. Okay. So one of the things you talked about in your testimony, and we've talked a lot about, is the Green Bank, I think, really is a catalyst for investment. The mayor branded this FY26 budget as a growth agenda. If that were true, I'd be all for it. I don't understand why the Green Finance Authority is not a key component, however, of that strategy from our local funding. During your performance oversight hearing, you noted the Green Bank reached a new milestone with respect to partner financing. You testified that for every $1 public dollar the district invests in the Green Bank, we're able to get back about 14 in private financing. I think that's great. You look at our recent performance, you've been able to hit that, which is great. I think the district skyline has 6 or 8 cranes that are on the skyline. I can think of 2 right in Ward 6 that are associated with building new housing and new housing creation that the Green Bank is a part of that. And the development teams have specifically said, but for the Green Bank helping with the financing, those projects would not be moving forward. Of the projects that are in active construction right now, how many is the Green Bank a part of?
Among the 6 cranes,
Mhm.
we have at least 3 projects that are under construction right now. So I would say half.
I think that is just important for folks to realize that the Green Bank is a significant growth partner of making sure these projects are moving forward, they pencil out, and in a time when we keep hearing that it's very hard to get construction projects going, the Green Bank is helping deliver and get those happening. I think sometimes investments in sustainable energy and climate are attacked as antithetical to growth or affordability. I think it's a old way of thinking about how these things get pitted against each other. And I think your testimony shows why that's a very false dilemma and false premise. You mentioned one project that's going to cut energy bills of 335 homes by 90%. That's fantastic. Which project was that?
So that's a project that we recently closed on with our partner at City First Enterprises. We'll be announcing it soon, so more details to come. But the community partner had built a portfolio, as you mentioned, over 300 households, and as a result of that structure, they'll be looking at solar power purchase agreements that reduce their costs in the
Yeah,
upwards of 90+%.
phenomenal.
There is
Can we
another
say
one.
which ward that's in?
I'm not sure if I can share more details on the project, but let us follow up and
Okay.
we'll do a big splash very soon.
All right, we like that. To me, though, it's important because it shows, again, these investments are directly tied to affordability in our city. Knocking out 90% of my utility costs, that helps me be able to meet my bills. It helps me put food on the table. It helps me pay the rent. It helps make sure that someone can live in their home and live in their community and stay in their community. Incredibly, incredibly important. I know I'm over time, so let me just hit one last question on this line of questions, and I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilor Lewis George. I specifically want to highlight, as you talked about in your testimony, around the impacts this proposed budget would have on the current pipeline of projects receiving Green Bank financing. Assuming the Green Bank does not receive the $7 million from SETF that is currently required by law this fiscal year, and then an additional $3.5 million in the SETF transfers next year that will be cut, how does that jeopardize the projects that are being applied for funding and the ability to move forward?
Yeah, so it has direct impact on the pipeline of projects that we that span affordable housing developments, both preservation and new construction, as well as doing more to cut consumer energy costs by deploying community solar and rooftop solar in underserved neighborhoods. We're looking at, right now, we see the demand for eligible projects closer to $80 or $90 million in demand. So we're even in a great budget year, it's very hard to keep up with the demand for our financing when it comes to available capital. So this would be a substantial reduction in our ability to invest in projects next year. We are always looking for alternative, creative ways to bring in more capital. And just one example to get back to your prior point on how these projects translate to direct consumer energy cost savings. We do have a project that we celebrated the ribbon cutting on just recently that is our largest community solar project, 6.1 megawatts. And that took a underutilized rooftop space and warehouse space across DC. It will hit all wards in terms of direct residential benefits, serving 1,000 households. So that's a project where we put in our, capital that we had and then leveraged Amalgamated Bank and other partners to be able to build out this large opportunity. So I'd say in lean years, we try and get that maximum ratio of leverage by every dollar we put in to mobilize additional sources, but we'll be looking at, potentially 100 to 200 affordable homes that we may not be able to meet the demand for if the 3.5 million is not received, or if there are other delays in terms of federal and local funding.
Right. So for each 3.5 million, that's 100 to 200 homes.
It can be.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me turn to Councilor Lewis George for a round of questions. Thanks.
Thank you. To start off, I want to say thank you so much, Tricia Miller, for your years of work at DC Green Bank. Under your leadership, you all have done amazing work in Ward 4 with our residents and businesses. And for this, we are very grateful. We are sad to see you go, but just want to echo Councilmember Allen's just praise and thankfulness for your collaboration with the council and the service to the district residents in our communities. And I think that's overall for all the agencies represented today. Really, it's rare to go into a hearing with all agencies that you're like, you know what, I really appreciate all of you and the work you're doing and how much the people in your agencies care about the work they're doing. And that's across the board for DOE, SEU as well. And I'm really sorry that this coming year's budget really takes what I would like to say is so much from your agencies. When the work you do is, I think, so vital to a healthy future for the district. With that, I want to come to first to Director Jackson. It looks like this budget appears to zero out conservation and reallocates much of this funding to a new natural resources division. Based on these changes, do you anticipate having the funding to continue the work you have begun on invasive species management in DC's forest patches through the pilot funded in fiscal year 25?
Yes, we do. Good seeing you. So, yeah, we do. When you look at our budget chapter, it's really just a restructuring of our budget chapter. So you'll see, like up in the Environmental Services Administration portion of the budget, shows a lot of negatives. That's only because for 26, we finally got to establish our budget chapter that actually reflect how the agency functions.
Okay.
So we created a old new actual Natural Resources Administration. And so that's why those positions or those negatives you see up in Environmental Services, they all get moved under their own title under the Natural Resources Administration section.
Got it.
So the invasive work that was started in 25 will continue in
Okay.
26. There will be some adjustments, but the work will continue in 26.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And there still appears to be some cuts to the watershed protection. Can you clarify that as well?
So in that section, looking at the budget chapter.
Yes.
Yes, so when you look at the budget chapter for watershed protection, there are some adjustments there,
Hmm.
but those adjustments represent, when I look through it, natural resources. So yeah, all those are captured back underneath the new natural resources.
Under the new natural
section.
resources.
Right, so if you go to that section, which is on page, doesn't say a page, on table 4, KGO table 4.
Yeah,
The last portion of that table shows the new natural resources section. And
got
as
it.
you see in that section, everything kind of adds up there. So the negatives that you were seeing early on are captured in that section there. So watershed protection is in that section.
Okay.
And that shows there's no reduction in terms of the accounting for that group.
Okay.
The negatives that you're seeing, I believe, are in the environmental portion of that same table,
Okay.
where it shows the reductions for fish and wildlife, water quality. And that's the reason why we had it broken up, because a lot of that natural resource and watershed are all captured under water quality in that group. There was just too much stuff in the environmental services sections to really delineate out
Got it.
where all the money went to. So now we're better able to track, and everybody's better able to see exactly what the funding is occurring in this case, NRA, but the same thing for UAA, which also got changed. And I think those were the main two changes. There were some adjustments in our energy group as well. And that's just a matter of shifting people or shifting groups that were under energy into their own either separate administration.
Okay.
And then they reorganize themselves within energy itself. So yeah, it's more of a paper type shifting than actual lost
Okay.
FTEs or basic funding. I'll just say basic funding.
Gotcha. Okay. That's helpful clarification. And then I understand that the lead poisoning prevention program is moving to Department of Health based on this budget. But I'd like to understand, I guess, how DOE is planning to continue supporting lead remediation throughout the district.
Correct. So the Healthy Homes component of the Lead Safe and Healthy Housing Division
Mhm.
is moving to the Department of Health. So that represents about 10 FTEs. So they're moved
Yeah.
to the Department of Health, transition to Department of Health. They'll still work closely with our lead remediation team and the Healthy Homes group at the agency. So those 10 staff, which were public health analysts,
Right.
over to DOH. The CDC grant moved over to DOH. That funding went over to DOH. But they still work closely with our lead remediation group here at the agency with regards to lead-based paint. But if there's elevated blood lead levels in children, they
Right.
would then be reaching out to the staff at DOAE. They still go on inspections together. They still do the research, their work together and produce reports. So they're still working together. But from an efficiency standpoint, it made more sense to have that group under DOH because of the other services that can be provided to the child.
Okay.
If they do have a case there, they're better aligned with resources at DOH versus DOEE.
Understood. Appreciate the explanation. And for the lead safe and healthy housing division, will inspections continue under your purview just to ensure compliance in addition to addressing lead where present?
Correct. So the inspections will still occur. If our inspectors were to find a home that met that criteria of a child, they will be reaching out to DOH. But at the same time, if a child is found with an elevated level
Right.
through a blood test or whatnot through the medical system, then DOH new staff would then reach out to us so that we can conduct an inspection that way. So they'll still be working very closely together. It's
Okay.
just a realignment.
Got you. And you all will continue your work on working with childcare centers regarding lead,
Yes, ma'am.
filters,
Drinking water. Yes.
drinking water and filters. Okay.
Yep.
And there's no cuts in that area.
No, the funding for the filtering program is stable.
Okay, got it. And it looks like all funding for what it looks like enforcement environmental justice line item has been removed, but I think Director Jackson, I heard you mention in your testimony that that has been reshuffled into your Office of General Counsel. I guess what are some of the programmatic implications of this change, and are there specific programs that will be underfunded due to it?
So actually, the OEJ office has always been under our Office of General Counsel.
Hmm.
It just now finally reflected in the budget chapter. So the 3 FTEs that work in our OEEJ will continue to do the same work they've been doing. It's just that their budget, there's no longer an actual budget that shows for them. The funding for that group stays the same. The FTE count stays the
Okay.
same. 3 people stay within OEEJ. 2 positions were assigned to the Operational Services Administration, but that's how it's always been set up. It was just a matter of realigning those FTEs properly so that it's reflected. So it looks like an elimination, but it's not
Yeah.
even an elimination. It's just a
Okay.
continuation of work.
Okay, great. I was worried about that.
Mhm.
The same, and I hope maybe this is the same answer. The utility assistance programs looks like it's been zeroed out and a new utility affordability administration has been established. Can you
Correct.
explain sort of how you are distinguishing sort of utility assistance funding for fiscal year 25 versus utility affordability funding for fiscal year 26? And how will this affect district residents who need direct assistance with utility bills, especially in emergency situations?
Correct. So essentially what we did was, so that group was actually moved out of the Energy Administration in 24. We just finally caught up with the budget chapter. I couldn't change it in 25. So with regards to LIHEAP, residential services, weatherization, those moved into its own separate administration. So that's the Utility Affordability Administration. So the
Got you.
negatives you see under the Energy Administration in regard to residential services, energy efficiency, utility assistance program, those 2 categories that are under energy now form the Utility Affordability Administration. So GS 006 Energy, they were moved from that group into the new GS 0041 was the Utility Affordability Group. So it's complete separation. LIHEAP funding or the federal funds that we receive with regards to LIHEAP and weatherization now goes under the Utility Affordability moniker. So whatever zeroed out under energy is replaced under the Utility Affordability Group. So
Got
that's
it.
why you see the years or zeros and then it starts in 26.
And so will there be any changes to residents seeking assistance based on this change?
No, there will not. They'll still be submitting their applications. They'll still be using the same phone number, the same email, same fax number. All that stuff stays the same. It's just a paper change with regards to our budget chapter.
Got it. Thank you. That's my time.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're also joined now by Councilmember Zachary Parker. So Councilor Parker, let me turn to you for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen. And it's good to see you again, Director. Let me just pick up where Councilmember Lewis George left off. I'm going to ask you again. I get what you're saying about just repurposing, recategorizing in the budget book. But what is the reason for the reorganization in the budget book for the utility programs?
So in 2023, a decision was made to separate or to create a new administration within DOE for addressing utility assistance specifically. Prior to that, utility assistance was rolled in with all of our other energy work, solar for all, BEPS, all those things all captured under one administration. It was decided to split that and make a new administration, which was utility affordability. But even though that was done administratively, it was never completed in the budget chapter. So if you look at our FY25 budget chapter, it still shows as everything under energy, which made it a little bit more difficult to read. By now having it finally into a correct budget chapter moving forward, it'll be much more easier for everyone to understand exactly how our budget works. And it matches more, it aligns more with how our agency actually looks.
Understood. Understood. No, I appreciate it. As you know, this is utility assistance has been a big focus of mine. It's a critical issue in Ward 5, I would say, in other parts of the city as well. It's worth noting that we are still seeing water shutoffs at large apartment complexes. I've introduced legislation. I'm calling on my colleague to bring forth action here so that residents, namely in large complexes, aren't being penalized because landlords are not paying for the water bill. That's a bit of a tangent, but I think I would be remiss not to mention that utility assistance and people struggling with utilities continues to be a significant issue. The budget books director suggests that funding for the enforcement and environmental justice programs, in particular inspections and regulatory review funding, have been depleted for fiscal year 26. However, we've been told that those functions have been moved elsewhere in DOEE's budget, and I think Councilmember Louis George may have gotten to some of this, and my apologies if I'm repeating. But can you confirm that this is the case and explain why these functions are being moved?
Yes, sir. The functions are still the same. The functions themselves, the way the program is operated, the way we do enforcement and compliance, the entire Office of Environmental Justice, OEJ office functions has never changed. It was the section that was in the budget chapter was incorrect because that particular group was always a part of our general counsel office. It was never separate from there, even though that's what the budget chapter showed in 25. So in 26, I wanted the budget chapter to better reflect exactly how the agent's set up. So it was incorporated in the chapter into our Office of General Counsel, but the three individuals that work in that office have been doing the same work they've been doing for years. Part of this drive for changing this chapter was my what I call monk issue. I wanted the budget chapter to look like my actual agency versus the way it's looked over the years. So that's why we're going through this little bit of disruption, but come 26 and moving forward, I think the budget chapter will be much easier for everybody to read and understand how the agency is really functions.
Hey, Director and Counselor, I just want to interrupt for a second. There's a feedback loop we're getting, not when you're talking, Counselor Parker, but it's when Director Jackson's talking. I think it may be, actually, you just fixed it by muting. So I think when Director Jackson's answering, if you don't mind, I know it's an extra step, muting, that way I think it'll help cut down on that feedback. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. My apologies about that. Director, a similar question here. I see that several environmental programs have also been zeroed out in the mayor's budget. Programs for water quality, rail safety, land quality. Are these being transferred or are they true cuts? And can you justify?
Yes, sir. So in terms of the water quality stuff, so again, in our budget chapter, prior to the FY 26 budget chapter, natural resources and environmental services were all under one category called environmental. Again, these are like the two largest components, two of our larger administrations. So for that to be captured under one section of the budget was very misleading. So when you look at the FY 26 budget chapter, with regards to fishery and wildlife, water quality, those things have been moved into its own new category called Natural Resources Administration. So it's just those negatives that are up there. If you go to the last section of table 4, it shows the new Natural Resources Administration and the actual breakdown of the 5 divisions under that group. Again, the way it was currently set up, water quality represented like 3 different large programs, so that's all changed. With regards to the rail safety, the name was changed. So where it says rail safety as a G806, that's now become rail safety and emergency response because that's really what that group does. They handle the emergency response lead for our agency, and they also handle rail safety. So that was just moved into a new division called, a new financial division called rail safety and emergency response. So there's no change. Staffing level is still the same in both categories. With regards to the water quality groups that were moved, same thing. There's no change in staffing. Of course, it's changing in the way it's funded because of the special revenue and all those things. But as a whole, the numbers really, when you move to the other section, everything kind of balances out.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Can you speak to the sustainability program, the urban sustainability program, and why it was depleted in the budget?
Urban sustainability. Okay, I had to catch up there for a minute. Too many sustainables. So that's another one where. So what let's see, I'm trying to see. So again, another shift of terminology in the chapter. So if you go to the section below that, green sustainability had urban sustainability in that grouping. Urban sustainability is its own separate administration within the agency. So where you see a deficit on G904 urban sustainability is actually picked back up under G3906 for urban sustainability. So that, again, that was just a change from the one subgroup of green sustainability into the new group, urban sustainability. So now it finally has its own administration that rests there, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. It's a lot of moving things around.
I got OCD issues. I had to have a budget that looked like my agency. That was driving me crazy. I couldn't help it. Sorry.
I get it. I get it. I wanted to go here. So district code says wherever there are practical difficulties involved in carrying out the provisions of the construction codes, the code official shall have the authority to grant modifications for individual cases. Under the proposed amendment to the NZ building code, will a developer in certain instances be able to use fossil fuels if a developer claims there are practical difficulties? And what is considered actually as a practical difficulty?
So normally that goes through the GBAC process. Green Building Committee would review the plans that a contractor would bring to them on what they plan on doing with regards to getting to net zero. I believe the way the BSA is written is a slight change in language, making it to be not just net zero, but net zero ready, because the technology may not necessarily be there at the time that they're submitting their plans. So they would have that option to submit, working with that particular group, to come up with a plan that makes the best sense. If the committee agreed to that, they would then submit to me a memo kind of outlining what was agreed upon with the contractor in terms of how they will proceed with their plan of design. And so that's how that process would work. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
So that sounds like, yes, they could if it were approved.
Yes.
And how are you defining a practical difficulty?
So that part, I would have to get back on how my team is defining that, because I don't know off the top of my head how the team is defining it, but they've been working on these projects this past year. And they would have they would be able to provide me with a clear answer for that if you, I'll return back to that with them.
Okay. Chairperson Allen, do you mind if I ask one more question?
Well, I mean, I hope you were going to stick around all afternoon. So are you trying to tell me you have one more question and then you're not coming back for another round?
No, I'll stick around for a little bit.
Oh, there we go. All right. But feel free. Go ahead and grab one more question.
Yes, Director, I would just say as a continuation from the last one, if you could follow up, this raises concerns as it runs counter to many of our environmental goals. And so I think being very precise here, and I would even say it may be something this committee needs to challenge, but I think it's going to be really important. I wanted to ask, there was money or funding in an escrow account for stormwater funding. Is the $13.6 million from that fund not protected?
So currently we're working with the mayor's team to address our escrow account. What has happened, we're working with them to address it. We recognize that there's an issue there. Unfortunately, right, the way this account was set up many years ago, we've transitioned through, through 3 AFOs in the last 6 years. Somewhere in that transition, this particular account changed for whatever reason, moved from where it was established into our operating budget. So we're working with the mayor's team. They recognize the issue there. They've assured us that we will be, we'll be fine, and I believe we will be. We just got to address the financial component of it, but we will have the escrow account addressed, and there will be no issues with that.
Okay, I'll leave it there for this round, and I will stick around, Chairperson Allen, for another round of questions. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to move to the SEU for a moment. So, Mr. Burdick, want to get to some specifics about SETF funding. Did the SEU receive all of the SETF contributions that were allocated to the DCSEU in the FY25 approved budget?
So yes, in that all of the funding available, both local and federal, has been added to our contract for FY 2025.
Okay. And what is your expected contribution from the SETF in FY26?
So right now, it's a pretty difficult question to answer. In terms of what we have on our contract for, or what we have for our base contract for FY 2026 was $17.8 million for our base contract, plus $3.2 million for our performance incentives as we enter the last fiscal year of our current contract cycle. Beyond that, typically we work with DOE each year to understand what's going to be on our contract in the next fiscal year. For programs like the Retrofit Accelerator, programs like the Affordable Home Electrification Program, our Train Green program, and our Solar for All program, it varies from year to year as to what funding is available from local funds from the SETF each fiscal year.
All right, I want to clarify though. So your expected contract amount from the SETF for FY26 should be 17 million?
So what's on our contract at the moment? Let me pull up this number. I'm gonna have to get back to you on the number for our FY26 budget in terms of what's actually in our contract, but it's far more than 17.8 and the 3.2. Again, that's our base contract. Then we have what we would call kind of matching funds from local funds of about $8.5 million each from AHEP and the Retrofit Accelerator, additional funding for Solar for All from local funds of what's actually on our contract for FY 2026.
But what I'm trying to get is base contract should be 21 million. 17.8 plus 3.2.
Correct.
21. Director Jackson, is that correct? We just mute your mic on just so people.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, so SETF base contract, 21 million in FY26 SETF. And then there's additional SETF funds are supposed to come in. All right. Based on the massive reduction that we're seeing in the cuts to the SETF, how do you believe that's going to impact your operations in FY26?
So again, kind of hard to talk about specific cuts. In the testimony, we talked a little bit about the AHEP program, the Solar for All program, the Retrofit Accelerator. Any cuts to those programs will impact the number of residents we're able to serve. For this year, about 200 single family residents under Solar for All. I think the important part is, we're going to do our best to effectively deploy whatever funds are made available. For AHEP and ARA, that $17.5 million for federal funding, is dependent on having additional local funds. So it would have a pretty distinct impact on being able to deploy those programs necessarily. So some of those programs can be deployed with local funds, but as they were designed and as they were submitted to the federal government, there were local funds or local programming attached to those. So it could definitely create challenges. It could definitely reduce the number of homes we're able to serve, the number of properties we're able to serve.
Not a could, it will.
It will.
There you go.
It will reduce the number of properties we're able to serve through Solar for All. It will reduce the number of properties we're able to serve through the AHEP program, through the Retrofit Accelerator. And then obviously we'll have impacts on contractors. A lot of those are CB contractors that we work with.
Right. So this will reduce staffing. This will reduce capacity.
Potentially, yes.
Well, how's it potential?
Yes.
Why are you
yes,
putting a caveat
yes,
to it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Inflation Reduction Act funds, for the most part, are scalable based on the amount of funding available. And DC pairs our IRA funds with our special purpose revenue funds to bridge the gaps in funding based on federal requirements. In FY25, the DCSEU should be serving 180 homes through the Affordable Home Electrification Program, as well as partnering on the EPA Solar for All grant awarded to DOE. Do you have a ballpark estimate of the reduction in projects that would be caused by the reduction in funds in FY26?
Sure. So it could go kind of three ways, I think. If we're not able to redesign these programs to be able to deploy them without local funds, it could completely impact those programs and not us essentially zero out, 200 single-family homes goes to zero. Up to 300 homes under AHEP goes to zero. Retrofit accelerator, potentially not being able to serve any of those properties, of the 60 to 65 that we've completed energy audits on.
All right. Thank you. Director Jackson, I'm going to turn to you now. Probably going to spend the rest of the afternoon with you as well. For my colleagues, I wanted to note, Ms. Miller has to leave at 2 o'clock. So Ms. Miller, I don't have any further questions for the Green Bank. I'll let my colleagues have a chance, but just giving them a quick heads up so they hear me for their rounds. We'll be releasing you at 2 o'clock. All right. Director Jackson, big step back for a quick second. How would you, in your own words, describe the mission of DOE?
So, and kind of went through this with my team last week. The mission for DOE is still the same mission. Maintain clean air, maintain clean water, clean land, serve the residents. I still believe in that mission. That's the first page of our budget chapter. In fact, I this week, passed out the copy of the budget chapter to my entire executive team, because I wanted to remind them, this is our mission. This is what we're here. We've been selected to perform. This is what we're going to do. And I still believe all of that. I believe this wholeheartedly. This is what I live by: serving the residents, ensuring that we can do this. And so I spent the weekend going through my last 4 years of budgets, looking at my numbers, seeing how the numbers have changed. I made the mistake of telling you 2 years ago that 2024 was my toughest budget. Should never have said those words, and will never say those words again, because it changes. But one thing that I did see in doing that homework was in FY22, our budget was $242 million, as well as this proposed budget. And so that made me think, okay, we did it before, we could do it again. Will it be different? Yes, because where the changes are different.
Was that a 25% reduction year?
No, that was actually a 9.6 reduction. So I went 9.6 in that year. 2024 was a 14% reduction. 2025 is a 46% increase. And now we're at the 24% reduction. So it's kind of been, when I look at my chart, it was kind of like up and down, up and down. But where the impacts were within the administrations was totally different. And so that created totally different impacts to the community because of where those hits were. So that's where, working with my team, we have to continue to be nimble, continue to recognize what those challenges are so we can pivot and work closer as a team. So that's where I'm at with it. Team is, as one email I got said, we took a gut punch. Okay, our mission doesn't change. How we execute doesn't change. What we execute with has changed, but we're going to continue to do our mission.
I agree with you. The mission hasn't changed. And I would actually agree with the way you describe the mission. Your ability to do it, however, is being decimated. Decimated. Fulfilling that mission takes resources. It just doesn't happen magically on its own, right? It takes money to pay the staff, purchase the equipment, lease the office, all the things we got to do. The increase that you cited there wasn't from local funds. Those were federal dollars, which we're going to get to in a minute, aren't real, and they're not getting delivered. So when the mayor's proposed budget would strip 1/4 of your agency's funding, I am concerned, rather I know, the agency will be less capable of ensuring that we have clean air, that we have clean water, that we have clean land, that our housing is free from lead and from mold. And to all the DOE staff that are listening, that is not a reflection of their skill and ability to be able to deliver and get the job done. It is an elimination of the resources they need to get the job done. And I want to make sure your staff hear that loud and clear. There is not another agency that is receiving as dramatic as a cut as this. There are obviously tremendous budget pressures that the city is facing that we are trying to struggle with. Declining revenue projections, $1 billion hold is being imposed by Congress, a Trump recession that is hurting our overall economy. But 24% taken from a single agency is pretty shocking. I also think it's papering over. the federal dollars that we're pretending federal dollars are going to somehow stay level. That's not true. It's papering over what's actually happening. This isn't a 25% cut to the agency. I think it's closer to 30 or 40% because those federal dollars ain't coming. So it's just papering over this. I don't think this is the right budget choice. I think it is going to harm DC residents. It's going to harm our ability to grow and get projects going. It's going to harm the health of our residents. Being given a budget mark this difficult like this, I think puts you and puts the agency at a massive disadvantage. I'm going to ask, and I know my time's going to tick away here, but I want to make sure I give you a chance to do this. I don't think it was fair to give DOE this budget mark to have to cut, but it was done. So I need you to help me understand what was the strategy in identifying where you can cut to achieve the type of reduction this agency is being given by the mayor.
So in working with the team, as we did our budget development, so when we do our budget development, it's essentially we're given the mark, then we develop our budget to that mark and we submit. There were some nuances that were done this year that required us to do a little pivot in terms of some of the areas we took the funding from. We knew we had to rely more on SPR funds, and so we did. And so that allowed us to choose to use up a lot of those funds to cover the gaps that we would have not had with local. Because of the way our agency is funded, which is primarily SPR and federal funds, our local pot is always rather small pot to begin with. Straight local pot is always very small. So we've always relied on our SPR. So it's when you start, addressing that the challenges become more. And so, but we designed a budget that we thought was a good budget for 26. And then, the proposed budget was what was submitted. But we worked closely. We still feel we can do the work. We still feel we can accomplish, yes, reduced. I mean, can't get around that, but it doesn't stop us from actually executing. The execution will not be as it once was, but we will continue to execute what we have.
And I want to be clear, over the next couple hours is going to be incredible, harsh criticism of the decisions that are made here. In no way does that reflect a criticism of the staff and the team at DOE who are going to try to do every single thing they can. This is a criticism of the budget choices that come down on high. A budget reflects the choices, and this was the administration's choice. Over every other agency or every other shared sacrifice, it was put at a lion's share at the door of DOE. So we're going to dig in on a lot more of this to show how damaging this impact is. We also warned of this years ago as we looked at an agency that refused to be funded in local funds the way it should and instead relies on SPR, which makes it increasingly vulnerable to this exact moment that we find ourselves in. So, Director, I want to turn to my colleagues to turn for their rounds. Then when we get back, we'll start that digging in. So Councilmember, I think I had Louis George still here, and then Councilor Parker right after that.
To that point, Charles, just zeroing in where you were already. According to the 2024 Sustainable DC Progress Report, Director Jackson, only moderate progress has been made on all of our net zero energy action items, with the exception of innovation requests being made to the definition of the standard to net zero ready for the implementation of the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act of 2021. How does the language in the BSA align with our goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2045? And what are the functional implications of changing this definition? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Councilor, you can't see it. He's just turning pages. He'll be right there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I can see.
If you could turn the mic on, Director Jackson, that way she can hear the paper turning.
Gotcha. Okay, that's good. so because of the changes, we feel, well, we don't know. I'll put it like that. It's not even feel. We don't know if we will continue to make those, the carbon neutrality date of 2024 is still what we're shooting for. Can we guarantee that we'll hit that date? Based on what we've done to date, we're going to meet part of our goal. We feel we've met a goal of 60% of our greenhouse gas reductions. But based on where we're at right now, when we hit that goal in 2024, 2045, that cannot be, I would not say that's a slam dunk that we're going to do that, but we're going to continue to work because we have made progress. I think we've picked up more progress over FY25, during FY25, I'm sorry. So I think we're going in the right direction, but we will definitely experience some more headwinds as we do this.
Yeah, and to that second part, I guess I really want to know what are the functional implications of changing this definition?
So I'm going to bring my deputy director up here, who actually works with this every day, and she can give you a more concise answer.
Gotcha.
And actually, Ms. Miller, since you have to step away, if you want to use this opportunity to step back. Councilor Lewis George, I don't know if you heard me earlier. Ms. Miller has to leave at 2 o'clock, so I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Thank you for all your service. I don't have any questions for you, but Ward 4 is grateful for the projects you did in Ward 4 and the times we had the opportunity to celebrate those projects. We really appreciate your leadership, and I wish you the best in your next endeavor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it's been a pleasure to spend time with you and Councilmember Parker and the full committee, getting you out to the sites, seeing the projects. The work will continue, and we'll get increasingly creative of how we diversify our access to capital to continue to do the work in each of your wards and to deliver on our promise of a clean energy economy. Thank you.
Right.
Ms. Miller, I think Councilor Parker is going to ask 1 or 2 questions in his next round, so don't leave the room.
Okay.
So sorry, we tried to let you go too early.
Well, this is Dr. DeLorenzo. She's our Deputy Director for our Urban
Great.
Sustainability Administration.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. And Chairperson Allen, I was not sworn in earlier, so I believe I do need to do that now.
All right. I appreciate your honesty. That is just bonus points when you do that. All right. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Committee Rule 603 requires government witnesses testify under oath or affirmation. So do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury the testimony you have to give to the Committee on the Transportation and the Environment, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Lewis George will add an extra minute back to your time since this has taken a little bit of transition time there.
All good.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so well, you know the question, but basically the fiscal year 26 BSA now changes the definition of the standard to net zero energy ready for the implementation of the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act of 2021. And I just want to understand, what are the functional implications of changing this definition?
Yes, so Director Jackson spoke to that at some length in terms of our climate commitments. And what we can say is that from the modeling for carbon-free DC, which was released in 2023, we know that the combination of moving from high performance codes to net zero codes, plus the building energy performance standards, which we discussed briefly earlier, that combination accounts for 15% of the reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, which would be needed to meet our 2045 climate resilience and carbon neutrality goals. So the director did speak accurately, saying that we will do everything in our power to continue to meet those goals. It would be much more challenging. And as we know, greenhouse gas emissions are additive. As we delay our ability to address the emissions, it becomes harder and harder to meet them. It's not just that they stand still. So the change in this definition would be a significant impact in terms of our climate commitments.
Yeah, yes, that's what I think. Yeah, it is a significant change in our climate commitment. And I guess the problem here is that, like, once the building is built, it's done, right? So, and that's a structure that'll stand for I don't know how many years, but years to come. I think the problem is, the reality is, with this change, we can't meet our goals. We won't meet our goals. We can't meet our goals, and we won't meet our goals.
It will certainly become much more challenging to meet our climate commitments. That's an accurate statement.
Got it. Ward 4 has many, and appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Ward 4 has many green infrastructure projects like the stormwater, bioswales, like on streets like Kennedy. What funds specifically does DOEE have to clean and maintain them? Or are they just to become trash pits? We have this issue happening across Ward 4 in various neighborhoods. So I just want to understand before more are put in, which are being contemplated, one particularly in Shepherd Park, North Portal Estates area right now. What money is in the budget to maintain those?
So this is one of the questions we had in our budget, and so working with the mayor's office, there is funding. It was unfortunately placed in a different budget line in a different agency, so we're in the process of trying to get that transitioned back over to us. But there
Okay.
will be funding available in FY '26 for green infrastructure. We currently have a contract, so that contract will continue to be funded in FY '26 to address green infrastructure through the city. And
And
working also with our sister agencies.
you know how much money it is that, and then what agency is it placed in currently?
Not sure the agency was placed in. We checked on that last night. They said, yes, you have funding coming. But I don't believe they gave me the agency, but they found the error since we had asked them about it. And so they're in the process of making a correction there. But there's, I believe, roughly around $5 million that should be available to us.
And when you say green infrastructure, that includes other things other than the stormwater bioswales, right? What?
So it's the
Just
storm.
making sure the definition of what the 5 million has to go to isn't too broad that we really are not getting the funds are not really there to maintain in actuality.
So it will maintain. Will it maintain everything that's out there? No, but it will be funding to maintain. We have a plan. Like I said, we have a contract in place. We have a plan for how infrastructures are addressed, and working with those contractors and our team, they will get those addressed.
So basically, you'll have enough up until the amount. Basically, if a community complains about it, you may have enough for it. But once you get to a certain amount, some communities will just be sort of out of luck because the budget won't be there for all of the bioretention swells we have across the district.
That's one way to frame it. And I say it like that because when I look at like my services that we provide for like LIHEAP and those things, it comes along those same lines of we're going to continue to provide those funding and those services until we don't have any. And even then, when we start getting up against that top line, that's when we start being more innovative internally and say, hey, well, where can we find something to continue another project going and working it that way, like we have done with other programs that are cash strapped, but the services are always needed. And so we just work inside to get that done.
Got it. DOEE, and to that notion, to that point, DOE monitors the spending of funds for people to help pay power bills. Are there any remaining funds?
So for FY '25, we've expended those funds, and we're just kind of clearing our queue, and all residents that applied for are being addressed as of March 15th. So we've been paying, working with teams, working with households for that. At this point now, we're moving, helping people, assisting them with trying to get into a utility discount program so they can get their rates adjusted, and continue to work with the utilities when there's any challenges and all of our partners that we have that may have funding. So we just work with the client as they come in, but we're in the process now of just clearing our queue for the rest of 25.
Got it. Okay. I have two more questions. Trying to figure out which.
I'm sorry, and we did get a couple of boosts and some last minute funding from the federal government, so that actually assisted us in allowing us to clear out this queue. There was an extra 10% that they gave us.
And it's correct that LIHEAP is done right now until October 1. There's no additional funds.
There's correct. We're not taking any new applications, just clearing out what we have in the system.
Got it. Last question. Does this budget include any funding for grants for park maintenance on MP at National Park Service and district properties as DOE has done in previous years?
Yes, there is money in the budget for those grants.
And how much is in the budget for those?
Not sure of the amount off the top of my head.
Okay.
I can get that to you though.
Okay. Thank you. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilor Parker?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. In about 3 minutes, I would just generally ask, given the very significant cut to the Green Bank, I think on the measure of about $40 million, what is the impact to current projects that are in the pipeline? My colleagues and I discussed this a little earlier this week, but also what is the long-term sustainability of the Green Bank, given these significant cuts?
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So I'd start with just the frame that we put on the budget impact in the earlier discussion, which is it is substantial. But in terms of what we budgeted for this year based on the SETF statutory language, we had 7 million established as the minimum amount for FY25. So we're looking at an actual 50% reduction. So it is significant to lose 50% of the SETF transfer, but it is we are resilient and we're capable of moving forward even in that budget constrained environment. I think the longer term issue is if the new minimum instead of 7 million is 3.5, that's overall a 14 million reduction. And with our multiplier of 10 to 1 historically over time, we're looking at, the potential of losing 140 million in capital that could be invested in great projects across the district that advance affordable housing, economic development, and lower utility cost savings. So it has that broader impact if we're not able to achieve a stable and durable, predictable funding stream through SETF that has a ripple effect. In terms of how we proceed, we take a very conservative approach in our budget. We only budget the minimum contribution in every fiscal year. So it had been 10, reduced to 7. We are already looking at ways to fill gaps if the new minimum is further reduced as is projected in FY25 and 26. Historically, the other sources of capital will come in from federal awards and subrecipient funding streams. We're also looking at new innovative ways to bring in non-federal sources of capital and looking at concepts like a bond issuance and infrastructure funds that have other green banks have been able to diversify with in support under bond, green bonds or infrastructure bonds. So we're really leaving no stone unturned at this point to continue the charge to fulfill the mission of inclusive prosperity and to be able to meet the need of those projects in the pipeline. As I mentioned previously, we have between 80 to 90 million in terrific projects that cover all of those important investment areas. In lean years and in good years, we won't be able to meet the overwhelming demand for our capital. But it's our goal, and for the interim CEO stepping in just a couple short weeks, our former board chair, Brandy Collender, who's already looking at ways to continue this path of stabilization and steady growth. And hopefully, with the support of the council and the mayor and our partners, we'll be able to more than fill the gap and move forward to meet that demand for projects across each ward.
Well, I want to thank you. I echo my colleague's sentiment. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and I continue to believe deeply in the work of the Green Bank. It was great getting out in the community in Ward 5, seeing projects that the Green Bank has funded, and anything I can do via this committee, but also just touting the great work that you all do. I'm committed to doing just that. But thank you. Director, I wanted to switch gears to you, and I'm going to use my remaining time. I know you were talking with Councilmember Allen about the SEU contract, and I wanted to come back here. So the BSA removes the 20 million minimum, contract minimum. Can you speak to why this is being removed?
Why the 20 million is, you said, I'm sorry, you said from the BSA is being removed? So overall, there's a reduction in the SETF as a whole from our budget. The funding that we have remaining in our budget that are SETF funds, those funds that we have will allow us to do the basic minimum of what's needed. So with regards to the DCSEU contract, we'll be having that conversation with DCSEU to ensure that their contract, since it is a contract, will have the funding that's in there with regards to their minimum, regard to their base year. So, and then looking at what's left, that'll be spread out within the agency to address any of our other needs that we may have within the Energy Administration as a whole.
So things like it's removed as you're planning to renegotiate that.
So going into FY 26 will be the last year of the current contract. There would be a new contract that would be issued in FY 27. Because of that issuance of that contract, there will be some uncertainties there, but we would then, address that with the FY 26 as we go forward. But for FY 26, remaining year of the DCSU contract, we'll be working with the DCSU, but the funding for that contract should be there. And then that will be the first priority for the for the SETF funds. And then we would feed off of that for the rest of what we may need to do for the agency.
Okay, I'm going to try and get in the remainder of these questions. The BSA also eliminates the requirement that 30% of the SETF go to low-income residents. Can you speak to what this impact, what will the impact of this change be, and can you speak to why this is being removed?
Going to low income, okay. Had not read that part, be honest with you, had not seen that language there. That's on me for either missing it. So I really can't address that right now, but I can get back with you on that one because
Okay, well, breaking news. Breaking news. Do you agree with that? Or should we not make that change?
What I would need to see what does that entail. Like you just said, you said eliminating 30% going to low income. I don't know exactly what that means because we would be investing in our DCSU contract. The DCSU contract in turn would be investing in the communities that they work in. So I'm not sure exactly what the thresholds of the funding that they provide to the individuals are, the households are. So again, because I don't know what exactly that means, I'm at this point focus more on what I can do versus I should say I'm more indifferent and focused on what I can do with whatever I have left when the outcome is there. The way I look at this is this is a proposed budget. I will have a final budget. When I have my final budget, that's when we'll have to make those decisions that we need to make within the agency, ensuring that we're meeting our mission and serving the residents.
Okay, two more quick questions. By law, DOEE must commission an independent evaluation of the performance and expenditures of the SEU at $100,000 annually, I believe. The BSA maintains the evaluation but removes the requirement that DOEE spend $100,000 on it. Will this have any impact on the evaluation process or the quality of the value?
So I'm going to bring my Energy Administration Deputy Director up. You can sit there, and he'll be able to help with your questions. So this is our Deputy Director for Energy Administration, Nick Berger, and he can help with these questions.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Parker. So the removal of that minimum requirement, just means that we will need to spend what we can to do that work. I think the way that we're thinking about that evaluation work is, what more can we do in-house? Obviously, based on the idea that some of it has to be independent, we need to be able to pull in outside services that can take a objective look at things. But we just may need to allocate less money than we might have in the past to that evaluative work.
I have a feeling that Chairperson Allen is going to follow up on this, so I'm going to ask my last question with my remaining time. Also in the BSA, the SETF and all other special revenue funds are converted to lapsing funds with a fund balance at the end of the fiscal year, which is automatically swept into the general fund. Will this have an impact on federal dollars put into the SCTF program?
So as a whole, when it comes to that particular section as a whole, there are requirements on SPR funds throughout that list. Throughout our agency, there's different requirements from different federal agencies. So we're working closely with the mayor's office to make sure we're clear on exactly the challenges that would occur based on those requirements that's being asked of us versus what we, the relationships we have with the federal agencies and how that would work. So not the best situation, but at the same time, working with our federal partners, EPA Region 3, Fish and Wildlife, and all those agencies to make sure they understand what could occur versus where we're at is the conversation we're having now. So we're still talking with the mayor's office to making sure they, we all understand the potential that exists with such a move.
Okay. Thank you. That is my time. Thank you, Chairperson Allen, for being generous. I just would characterize my concern about the cuts to this agency's budget. As I shared with Councilmember Allen, and I would say publicly, it appears to me that the executive is reneging on our climate goals and our climate commitments. And I reject that on all fronts. Director, I do plan to follow up. But we have some serious work to do here in the committee to address the budget before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. I echo your comments. I'll say it doesn't appear to being a walk back from climate commitments and action. It is a walk back from our climate commitments and goals and actions. I also got to say, I just think it's absolutely nuts that the mayor puts in BSA language that runs counter to the agency's goals. Oftentimes our directors are not consulted on the BSA language. For the public, this is, I will toss a little bit of a lifeline out there in that not the first time I have had an agency director be reading a BSA subtitle for the first time once it's released. So them the breaks though, you're the director, so you got to defend it. But I think that is yet again, just almost feels like an active way to subvert an agency. So we'll dig into that more in a little bit. All right, the single largest reduction of the agency's budget by revenue type is the $71.4 million reduction of SPR funds, most of which are coming from the SETF, Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. What other SPR balances are included in this reduction? For example, the stormwater permit fee, is that included in this as well?
Yes, so most of the SPRs have some portion of that cut, the biggest cut, of course, out of SCTF. But if you look at all of our SCTFs, the majority of them take some hit.
You mean SPRs?
I'm sorry,
Too many
SPRs,
acronyms.
too many letters, but yeah, from the SPR. So our natural resources division will probably be second in terms of the number of SPRs that were hit as well. So stormwater, the permit review fund, that's where, again, because of the escrow not being fully understood, we're working with them to get that corrected. But those are the two biggest. There was some air quality construction permit was another one that was hit. So it's across the board in terms of SPRs that were touched on.
Okay. All right. I'm going to come back to the stormwater permit fee in a little bit. All right. Let's spend a little time, though, digging in on the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. So this was created in 2008. It's supposed to be a dedicated funding source administered actually by DDOT for several programs in DC related to sustainable energy. Last year, the Mayor's Budget Support Act included a subtitle that allowed her to use the SETF to pay the district's own energy bills. It also cut the dedicated funding level for the DC Green Bank. We talked about it a little ago. We spent a great deal of time last year trying to unwind as much of that change as possible and preserve the original intent so that the SETF could be used as its name might suggest, on finding and funding sustainable energy programs. Under current law, that is, before considering the mayor's FY26 BSA, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility is required to receive about $20 million. The Green Finance Authority is required to receive $7 million, and $3 million was to be used by either DOEE or the DCSEU to help providers of affordable housing comply with BEPS. We already covered this with the Green Bank, but did those required transfers take place in FY25?
So no, in FY25, there's not, as we discussed earlier, not been any transfers to the DC Green Bank.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
So we've covered that for the Green
Yeah.
Bank. When we look at the other transfers for the DCSEU, have any of those taken place yet?
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yep.
You're talking about the transfers to other agencies.
Correct.
Yes, those have taken place. There are multiple transfers from SETF to other agencies that are managed in the FY25 budget through an MOU process, the largest of which being to DGS. And we have set up that MOU. It's been executed, and DGS is currently drawing on SETF funds for the purposes that are stated in the MOU and the BSA.
Okay. Has $3 million from the SETF been used either by DOEE or through the DCSEU to help providers of affordable housing comply with BEPS?
Yes. I mean, with the only caveat that we'd have to go look and see exactly what's been expended to date, but the work that Mr. Burdick talked about through the DCSEU to support affordable housing retrofit accelerator and the affordable home electrification program are both programs that would support affordable housing, and we are actively spending dollars toward those programs. Whether we have hit the 3 million mark as of today, I don't know for sure, but we are on track to do that for sure.
Okay. So looking at FY25 to date, how much of our SETF has been used to pay for district energy costs?
There, I think we would need to get an assist from our OCFO colleagues, because I believe OCFO would be better equipped to track that information.
Okay. And does our OCFO colleague want to step up?
Oh, there he goes. I'm sorry.
Mr. Burdick, I don't think I have any other SEU questions. So if you want, I can let you slide out the table if that makes a seat at the table for CFO's team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Chair
Mr. Burdick. I think they're playing paper, rock, scissors to decide who's going to do it.
So one of you two. It's up to you. I know Mike's did the budget, so Mike, you want to do it? If you know the numbers. All right, so this is Mike Summersall. He's my senior deputy director. He had the privilege of basically shepherding the budget through for this year, his first time.
Privilege?
That's what he keeps telling me, right? So.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Summersall? Okay, Mr. Summersall. If you push the button so the red light comes on, there you go.
Yes,
It's
sir.
counterintuitive. Red means it's on.
Good afternoon, Chairman, committee members. So far, we have spent $29 million on the DGS electricity contract.
Okay. And that is out of a total, how much is expected for FY25 and spending for that?
I'm not sure what me at. That total number is 55 million, sir.
29 out of 55 million. Okay. We're about to enter the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. So am I expecting a almost doubling of energy costs over one quarter?
I would be expecting, depending on how, we don't know how they do their billing. So I would expect they may get their billing in a little late. I don't think they'll do the whole entire amount, but if it's comparable, they would probably be half of that half. But
Well,
we have no
I
idea.
do want to
the
drill
number.
down on that actually.
Mhm.
So the 29 million is as of utility costs as of what date?
I can't give you the exact date of when the drawdown has been done. I just have that ballpark number. We can definitely.
Are they drawn down monthly or quarterly? Like how do we determine that?
I'm sorry. So that part, we don't know. We drafted the MOU put the accounting information in place. When those drawdowns occur by DGS, we are not aware of what regularity they
They're
have. with
taking your
that.
money. You
Unless we
absolutely
can
need to know when
ask
that
more to that.
happens.
To add, that's right. And the coordination that we do with the DGS team is to ensure that collectively, as we are all spending SETF dollars, that we're not drawing down more than the revenue that's been collected. So I think probably most folks know, but SETF comes in on a monthly basis as we get payments from the utilities. So we do make sure that we're not expending more money at a particular point in the fiscal year than we have received, and we have close coordination with DGS to make sure that we're not exceeding those targets, at least on part of our energy team. Beyond making sure that we're not spending more money than we have, we don't get into as much detail with them on exactly how much they're spending or the rate or pace at which they're spending it.
Okay. So we can follow up after the hearing, because I will tell you, I want to know. 29 million, I'm always skeptical of round numbers. So when it's just a nice, easy round number, I don't believe it. But 29 million's got to be as of some amount, right? So is that a quarterly draw? Is it a monthly draw? Is it every 6 weeks? Like, we need to know that, because if it's out of a plan 55, I also want to know, is the 29 million as of maybe February? And so it's just not capturing the last several months. Is it as of the end of May? And so you're sharing with me a timely number, because right now it doesn't look like you're on track for the number, or the DGS said the number that they would need.
Certainly, we can definitely follow up and provide that information for you, sir.
All right. Yeah, I mean, the BSA, and we're gonna get back to the BSA in a little bit. Like, when I'm looking at the projections of 55 million for FY25, the projection for FY26 is $70 million. The projection for FY27 jumps up to $80 million. Like, this is just going up, and not by small amounts, but going up and up and up. And one, it's a horrible way to use our SCTF funds. I think we're being dishonest with the ratepayers who are putting and thinking they're paying an SCTF fee when they're not. They're paying to keep the lights on. And I want to know if the 29 million is reflective of what we expected that to be. So we have a lot more to get in there. When I look at the spend plan for FY26 for the SCTF, we've kind of gone over what we expect. I believe we've gone over this, what we expect DCSEU to be receiving. And I think you confirmed what Mr. Burdick said in terms of their expectations, right? How much is the DC Green Bank planning on receiving from SCTF?
3.5 is the number for FY26.
Okay. 3.5 million.
For 25 or 26?
For 26.
For 26, yeah.
Right. All right. When will the 3.5 million be transferred to the DC Green Bank in FY26?
I would assume.
Assuming that that's the final number as
Correct.
proposed gets
So
passed.
I would assume it would be transferred early in the fiscal year so we can get it out the way. If the funding is there
Well,
and,
why wasn't it transferred for FY25 early in the year? To get
well,
out of the
because of
way?
all the disruptions that had occurred,
That
that
didn't
that
happen.
paused.
That didn't happen until March. We were almost halfway through the fiscal year
And-
when Congress decided to mess with our budget. So that answer would fly if they had done that earlier.
Well, I think a part of it goes back to what Director Berger said in terms of when the funding is available from the deposits from the utilities, then that decision is made. So the early part, we do lag in doing it early because we want to make sure we have the funds built up so that we can make that transfer to DC Green Bank, along with the work that we're doing with DCSEU and the other issues and other areas that need to be funded, that they're there. So once it gets a decent accumulation, we can then move that 3.5 million. So there is a delay on our part in terms of getting that money as well.
Okay. How much in FY26 is expected to go towards BEPS compliance?
You have a number?
So there's two sort of parts to that. I think the main part when we think about BEPS compliance is our staff. So the team that runs the BEPS program. Those are all PS, personal services costs, and those are all covered in the budget. I'd have to get back to you with the specific number, but it is in there from a staffing perspective. The other way the agency supports buildings as they work to comply with BEPS is through the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator program that we've been talking about today. That's executed by the DCSEU. And so right now, as we were kind of discussing earlier, we're still trying to figure out how to allocate sort of most effectively the revenue for next year. We would be looking specifically at the federal Inflation Reduction Act funding to support more BEPS compliance efforts through the retrofit accelerator, using the rebate funds that we would be getting.
Okay. Are there any other anticipated uses for the SETF planned for in FY26 beyond what we just went through? Green Bank, DCSEU, our BEPS compliance through the Affordable Housing Accelerator, and then obviously the transfer for paying utility bills of district buildings.
Yeah, I agree that those are the main categories that we would be focused on. I mean, obviously the DCSEU team executes on a lot of different types of programming, so that's kind of a lump sum. But yeah, it's the transfer to DGS, the transfer to the DC Green Bank, some PS, personal services costs, and then support for our programmatic work through the DCSEU. Those would be the main categories that we envision right now.
Okay. All right. Let me switch, and we're going to talk a little bit more of the SETF and our projected energy costs. So according to the, I'm sorry, Mr. Summersall.
Yes, just a point of clarification. I think we got kind of twisted on the numbers. The interagency MOU was $31 million. Thus far, we've been billed $10.3 million from DGS, and they kind of do that. It's up to them when they do that, when the billing is done. So that number that we gave you before was inaccurate. It's actually 31 million, and 10.3 million has been billed so far.
All right. You masterfully anticipated my next question. All right. So as I'm looking at the fiscal impact statement provided by the CFO, there's a table on a chart that shows that our current SETF contributions for FY25 are $31 million. So help me break that down so I can make sense of this. So the current SETF contribution is $31 million, but 10 million, or approximately 10 million, 10.3 has been drawn down. Is the 31 what DGS is saying they are expecting energy costs to be for the totality of FY25, or only for whatever point in time of FY25 they report out?
Don't have the actual details of the MOU, but we can definitely get back to you on that particular part.
Okay. We're going to be here for a little bit longer. Okay. So I know you've got staff that are watching or over in the wings. So perhaps we can get that answer and be able to get back to us on that. All right. What I'm trying to get at is the subtitle for FY25 allows, or projected at least, $34.4 million in total costs. So what I'm trying to get at is our 31 basically reflective of the full fiscal year estimates, and so, or actuals. So our actual is off of our estimate by a couple of $1 million, but is actually in the ballpark of this dollar amount, getting somewhat close to it. Or if I have an entire quarter left, is my 31 million not reflective? And so the estimation was 34, and you're about to go well over it. You see where I'm getting?
Yes, sir. I will say, so normally when the MOU is negotiated, that's for the entire fiscal year. So if that's the amount that was negotiated, the 31 million was the negotiated amount in that MOU, then that would be the amount for FY25. If there was an issue with that, then we would have to work on that MOU to either increase it to allow for additional funds to be transferred. Otherwise, it's going to be at that ceiling of 31 for the calendar year, October 1 to September 30th.
All right. I'm going to say to the outstanding DOE staff that's listening, we're going to be here for a little bit. We'll come back to this, and I'd ask if the folks can help track that down in an answer.
They're typing it already.
I'm sure there will be a text message soon arriving so that we can come back to that one just a little bit. Here's the next part of this, though, that deeply concerns me. When I go in my to my FY26 budget, I'm jumping from an estimated 34.4 million to a 70.1 million, and almost doubling. I know Pepco's raising rates, but they're not doubling them. So is this reflective of a substantial jump in energy use? Is it just really bad estimation work that DGS did in FY25? Something's got to account for a near doubling of the energy costs. And I can peg Pepco for a little bit of it with a 17% increase in Pepco rates that are coming, but that's not going to equal 50%, a doubling.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start and then Director Berger's gonna finish. But the one thing I will say is, within the last 3 to 4 months, we've actually had some very engaging, focused conversations with DGS about their energy costs, more so than in the past. It's like they get it. And so now we're working closely because energy costs are going up and business as usual does not work. So we need to change that. And so we've had some engaging conversations that have been very encouraging. But Director Berger's been hitting those conversations up, so I'll let him speak to answer your question.
Sure. So with the very important caveat that if you would like to know DGS's budget and spending details for their energy costs, you should ask DGS. I don't want to try to convey their information.
Their hearing is
for
next
them.
week, so don't worry. We'll be doing that. But I also remember from last year, I was in a DOEE hearing being told, hey, we should ask that at DGS. And when I went to the DGS hearing, they said, you know what, you should really ask DOEE. So I can't let folks just point the finger at the other agency.
What I can say with that caveat is, through the conversations that we've had, which as the director characterized, I think have been very good with DGS, we're trying to help them dig into ways to reduce their energy costs. And so through those conversations, to your original question, the SETF transfer for FY25 was not ever going to cover all of DGS's electricity or energy bills, with electricity being a subset, obviously. I'm hesitant to throw out any numbers because I'll probably get them wrong, but I think that 31 million would have been in the ballpark of probably half of their energy costs. So I don't know what will happen to DGS's energy costs. Like everyone else, they will go up because their rates, like everyone else, are going up. But the shift in the allocation from SETF to DGS, I don't believe is being driven by a fundamental shift in energy costs, because this year's allocation was not meant to cover the entirety of their bill.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at actually next, which is I believe DOE, it's in your interest to know how much of DGS energy costs your SETF is covering. If it is 50% or 60% or 40%, whatever it is. I want to know from what's being proposed here, is the massive amount of money being swept over, are we paying essentially out of the SETF, which again is a very flawed model, but I'm not asking you to weigh in on this right now on that part of it. Am I paying 50% of the total energy costs again? Or is the mayor sweeping these funds because she can to now cover 90% of the energy costs? And it's just DOE is the one who loses out on that. Do you know what the percentage is of what the total energy costs are the SETF is now going to be covering? Is it the same percentage or roughly the same, or is it dramatically different?
We don't know what that percentage is.
Why not?
We haven't asked that question.
Why not?
Good point, but we have not asked that question.
I'm going to ask you to ask the question on the internal side. I'm going to ask the question at DGS next week. That's a core question. Again, it's your resources being taken. I think you want to know that. I have no doubt DOE is going to have really smart, thoughtful people that are trying to help DGS figure out how to lower their energy use and be smart about how to make better decisions and drive that number down or control its rise as much as possible. But I want you to take more ownership of the fact that your dollars are getting swept away. And if they're just going to go more and more and more to where it's just 100% of the building costs, again, that's nuts. But that's coming at a trade-off and a choice of the very good things DOE does with SCTF dollars to invest in our city. I also got to say, like, when I open up my power bill and I see an SCTF charge on my bill, it literally says the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. It does not say paying to keep the lights on in the buildings downtown. If we are changing the use, then I think it is only incumbent that we be fair to ratepayers, that they know what in the world they're paying for. Am I wrong?
Oh.
I disagree with taking these SCTF dollars in the first place. The way the mayor's put this budget together, it's hard to unwind a lot of it. So if it is going to be this, then I sure as hell want ratepayers to know what they're paying for, and not get misled that they're somehow investing in our climate goals, because they're not. They are paying to keep the lights on in government buildings. And I just think that's wrong. So I think that what we need to do is split it up so that the portion of SCTF funds that are going towards the good things that you will help invest in, that's my Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. And the things that are going to pay utility bills, that's going, it just gets relabeled and renamed in a different way. Yes, sir.
If I may, I think the numbers that I gave earlier and the numbers and the second number that I gave got kind of intermingled. We do have a breakdown. We definitely will provide that number to you at a later time once we get out of here today, or maybe someone will update us. But those two numbers,
Just so we know, which two numbers are you saying?
When I said the 50-something million earlier, I think those two numbers got kind of crisscrossed, but we'll get the actual numbers for you.
Okay.
On the breakdown for FY26 and for this year, FY25. We'll have
Got
those.
Just so that we're trying to work off the same page here.
Correct.
According to the CFO's fiscal impact analysis of the BSA, the FY25 contribution from the SCTF was to be 34.4 million. And moving up in FY26, just 1 year later, is to be 70.1 million. In terms of, it also breaks down what's the current contribution that's gone out, and that's the 30.1 or 30.9.
Right.
So 31 million for FY25. But
so I do believe there's a breakdown of that 71 million out there. I just don't have the exact numbers. I don't want to give you numbers that I don't have exact like I did before, but I just want to have the actual numbers to provide to you.
Got it. And I know there's crack staff working away on it right now to be able to update us a little bit. All right, let me switch gears for a moment to Healthy Homes funding. So with the proposed 26 budget now in front of us, I think it's clear that programs funded under the Healthy Homes Act are set to see major reductions. These are programs that are still in their ramp up phase, and your implementation actually started just earlier this year. How many residential electrification projects are going to be impacted by these cuts?
Yeah, I think our colleagues at the SEU kind of laid out some of those numbers, so I'm hesitant to try to recap them. I can look them up in a moment, but I think what Mr. Burdick said was he would expect somewhere between 200 to 300 fewer kind of single family or small building homes completed, and as many as 500 to 600 fewer multi-family units in the next year.
Yep. So the law requires by the end of 2027, we will have completed 2,500 modernizations. I would say this budget is not going to be compliant with the law and able to achieve that. I'm going to not ask you the legal question. I'm going to ask you the goal question. Will we be able to reach 2,500 modernizations by the end of 2027 with this funding and investment?
We will continue to work towards that goal. As I always say with goals, we're always going to continue to work toward those goals. And that may require additional innovative thought inside the agency, but we're going to always continue to work towards the goal. I'm not going to say we're not going to hit it
towards the
yet.
goal, but this one's actually required by law.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a no. Because you won't be on track with these cuts. I mean, just the reductions that the SEU outlined alone. All right. Additionally, $60 million from the Inflation Reduction Act is being used to support Healthy Homes programs. DOE uses the SCTF funds to bridge the gap on deploying those funds. Do we have a sense of how many federal dollars we're going to miss out with these reductions from SCTF?
So in the FY26 budget, we anticipate spending approximately $18 million of federal funding on home electrification and efficiency programs. 17 and change. I don't know the exact number. Roughly half of that money comes from one bucket of federal funds and goes to our affordable home electrification program. Those federal funds have a strict cap on how much can be spent per unit. And our goal, our focus of the program is on low-income households. So we cannot go to a household and ask them to chip in $15,000 to renovate their home because we can only cover half of that. So those funds would be unlikely, that roughly 9 million would be unlikely to be deployable at scale.
Correct.
Based on what we see under the budget currently. The other half of those funds come from a portion of federal funding that has fewer restrictions and is targeted at multifamily buildings. There, we think it's more feasible to deploy funds, even if we don't have the local funds to pair with them. So that will be our goal, is to see how much of those funds we can push out kind of on their own.
Yeah. And you very accurately described, I think, why we created the Healthy Homes Act in the first place, to create the ability to use our local funds to be able to supplement the federal dollars coming in for the exact reason you just stated, which is a full modernization of a home. The federal dollars aren't going to cover it all. And so for our lower income, middle income, working households, this is the way that we help bridge that gap. And with the inability to bridge that gap, we're not going to be able to use the federal dollars on those individual homes. Perhaps to the multifamily side, there is some. Does that mean that the federal dollars, we can't draw them down? Do they just sit unused in a pot, or we can't draw them down at all?
Right now, they would just be sitting in that account until we were able to draw them down. So now that the grant has been awarded, those funds are encumbered within DC government.
But we
And
can't use
so,
them.
right now we just can't use them, but they'll be there for the life of that particular grant.
But if we never have the local dollars to do it, then we can't get the job done. And then we return them to the feds?
At the end of that grant cycle, we probably will be able to ask for an extension, but either way, the money is there. When we access it is what would have to be determined.
When's the end of that grant cycle for those federal dollars?
Yeah, you know the date?
So the federal funding is available for a 9-year period that started a bit ago, year and a half ago. We structured our program to execute over, I believe, 5 to 6 years. So kind of a little bit accelerated from the strict life of those funds. But we do have at least 5 years from the beginning of our program, which started at the beginning of this fiscal year. And to the director's point, potentially longer. But yeah, that's the way we structured our funding.
Right. But if we continue to sweep out all our SCTF funds to just pay the electricity bills of our district government buildings, and I did not see any proposed increase in SCTF fees to then allow us to have the local funds to match, I don't see a pathway where the local dollars exist, no matter how long that grant cycle might be. It's an observation, not a question. All right. I'm going to move for a moment and let's start working our way through some of our very exciting Budget Support Act subtitles.
One thing I want
Yes,
to
Director.
say, sir, is, and because they've sent this to me, I didn't know whether Councilman Lewis George was coming back or not. But with regards to the park maintenance grant, that's $150,000 grant for that. With regards to the Water Protection Division, yes, there's cuts there. One of the ways we will augment a lot of that work is actually using staffers or FTEs, team members, to conduct work that we may have given to contractors. So we're looking at ways to allow individuals within the agency to increase their skill set by being able to do some of that work as well. So we're looking at that as well.
Got it. And Councilor Lewis George stepped away. She may be coming back, not sure, but we can make sure that that information's there. I'm going to come back to some other elements of the operating budget in a little bit. I'm going to spend some time in the BSA for a second. When it comes to our renewable portfolio standard, RPS. So the mayor's proposed budget extends the exception for DC government from participating in purchasing power from renewable sources, as well as allows DC to buy any type of renewable energy credit. When this exemption for the district was first proposed last year, there was a lot of concern in the community regarding how it would impact the prices of our solar renewable energy credits, or SRECs. Has your team analyzed the impact of the district's exit from the SREC market on SREC prices?
The short answer is no. We've not specifically looked at like the incremental impact of the district's departure. The BSA last year changed, as you probably know, a few things in our SREC market at the same time. So it did reduce the requirement for the district through its energy suppliers to purchase SRECs. It also removed the ability for systems outside of the district to sell their SRECs into our local solar market. To parcel out the effect of those two things is difficult, and we have not done it. So I can't tell you what the specific effect is, because one essentially reduced the demand for SRECs while one reduced the supply for SRECs. And together, I think the expectation was that those would sort of cancel out, but I can't tell you that they exactly did.
Yeah. I mean, that was largely what we were doing last year in the face of the proposed BSA then, was to find a way to at least stabilize the SREC marketplace, which from everything I have seen largely happened. So our legislative approach, changing from what the mayor had proposed, helped at least maintain and stabilize the SREC marketplace. But the questions we asked last year were, we asked this to DGS too, if we are making this change, then what is the impact on our SREC marketplace? What we heard from everybody who works in the solar industry was, you're about to really mess up the SREC marketplace. I'm surprised that the mayor would have us here again and not have either commissioned through DOEE a study to evaluate what that change could be in the marketplace, or with DGS and with their portfolio. Why would we not want to better understand the impact before then extending an exemption for another year?
So what I can say to that is we do want to understand the functioning of our SREC markets. We frankly wish that we could understand it better than we can. And I think something that we have maybe brought up in previous hearings, I know we've had conversations with a number of folks about it, is our access to data through the Public Service Commission. So we have historically, the DOE has had access to detailed SREC data that the Public Service Commission receives about how many SRECs are being transacted, by whom. That volume data, the data about SRECs, is really essential to be able to do any kind of an analysis of the SREC market, whether that's to look at what changes in policy might do to prices, or simply to try to project future revenue. So we've been very hamstrung for the last 2 years in our ability to project revenue. And to be very clear, we got it wrong a couple of years ago. We thought there was going to be more revenue than there was, and I think it owes to the missing data. So we have not been able to correct that data access issue to date. So I think that would be a first step in being able to even take on the kind of analysis that you're referring to.
Yeah. I would welcome us taking that type of step and doing the analysis before we are proposing exemptions, exceptions, and changes to this. All right, let me turn to the stormwater funding sweep. The FY26 BSA also sweeps $13.6 million from the Stormwater Permit Compliance Enterprise Fund over to a fund within the Department of Public Works street cleaning programs. So the council has already received some pretty urgent outreach from the Nature Conservancy and other local environmental groups about this funding sweep. On top of representing yet another reshuffling budget move, this puts additional pressure on DOE to carry out stormwater programs that would have otherwise been funded by that $13.6 million. This includes municipal separate storm sewer system permit. There's a reason we say MS4. Or other pollutant discharge work that's required under the Clean Water Act and allows DC to be a leading stormwater program. So specifically, I see the DOE still has $13 million budgeted, but DOE will be left with less funding for MS4 and the $11.5 million held in escrow for the stormwater retention. At the end of FY21, DOE had around $5 million reserved in escrow account, and that was the maximum amount needed for all 12 years of the program. How much is in our reserve today?
I would have to find that number. I thought it was more along the lines of $9 million that we have now set aside for the escrow.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Sorry, 9.5 million and we got to check the number, but it's $9.5 million is what we have set aside for the escrow account as of right now.
Okay.
There's 6.5 million that's kind of being used to go against contractors that are using it, but it's 9.5.
And is DOE able to reduce or repurpose a portion of the amount that's held in escrow?
No, that's goes back to what I was saying. We're working with the mayor's team to address that particular issue. And so we're going to make sure that whatever was set aside for the escrow account is there for FY26.
Okay. I want to know we've been joined by Councilmember Matt Fruman. I'm going to finish this line of questions and then I'll turn it over to you for a round of questions. So as part of the MS4 permit in 1999, the district government collects various pollution reduction activities, including planting thousands of trees every year, collecting millions of pounds of trash. But quite literally, the first box on your permit application requires DOE to certify that there are sufficient finances, staff, and resources to implement this permit. Even though street sweeping is a permissible MS4 use, doesn't this funding shuffle make DC's compliance with the permit more difficult?
It will make it more challenging. But again, part of that would be having those conversations with the new Region 3 administrator, who I've already talked to once, but having those conversations and building on those relationships with EPA to understand where we're at with, current conditions. But also, and I always remind, when the last time we went for our permit, our numbers were given to us by EPA, we submitted an appeal because we had, informed them that we could not make the numbers that they were giving us. Our appeal was denied. So not saying that's a card in my back pocket, but I think that will allow us to have some room to have that discussion with them, given our current conditions and given the fact that going into the new permit, we knew we weren't going to be able to make the numbers that they were giving us. But at the time, that's what they said our numbers will have to be because of their chain that they're in.
All right. In our performance oversight hearing, to this point, which is a couple of months ago, you said that the Stormwater Permit Review Fund was used as matching funds for federal grants. So why are we not in a position then to be losing federal grants if they're matching dollars?
So they are still used as matching dollars. Again, that would also.
Even if they're sent to DPW?
They would still be considered matching dollars. So a local match does not have to be necessarily a $1-to-1
Okay.
match. It could be, in some cases, we use individuals' work hours can qualify as a match. So there's multiple things that could qualify as a local match for a federal grant. So we'll be looking at that way. Having the direct dollar-to-dollar type of match is the easiest, but that's not the only way that you can demonstrate a match for federal dollars.
Okay.
In not every grant is like that, but that's how you have those conversations with the program managers at the federal side.
Got it. So with 13 million being transferred to DPW for street sweeping, am I about to get $13 million worth more of street sweeping on the streets in DC?
That should allow for the current schedule, I believe they have, because that amount is what that is. I don't know if it would increase street sweeping. I don't know. That's what is allocated for them for their street sweeping program.
So the DPW street sweeping programs budget is about $13 million.
Yes, sir.
So what's happening here is the mayor is sweeping DPW's street sweeping funds, found a way to backfill that by taking the money from you. And you're still going to get the same street sweeping services you already got, but you're about to get $13 million less of DOE work around all of these stormwater issues. So what is DOE not going to do with a $13 million reduction in your stormwater management?
So I think we will be doing less. So it's
Right,
not that we
$13
won't
million
do-
less. So
Right,
what are we
but
specifically not going to do?
No, I don't believe we're not going to do nothing on anything.
I'm not saying you're doing nothing, but you have a $13 million hole all of a sudden. I'm sure you're going to do something with stormwater.
Right. So
But
look-
if you had the 13 million, you'd be doing something. So what's not happening now? Because those $13 million are being used in a gimmick to make sure that street sweeping at DPW.
So when you look
continues.
at the individual programs, you would just have reductions in all the individual programs, so that $13 million
Like
would be
what?
spread across.
I mean, you're facing a $13 million cut in this. So what's not going to happen?
So there'll be reduced grants going out for work. There would be reduced contracts awarded. Those kind of things would be happening.
I need
And
a little
then-
more specifics.
Okay, I would have to get you the
I mean,
more specifics.
If you're losing $13 million worth of funds that you used to perform what I think are pretty important things, I need a little better definition of what the things are. And obviously, again, you and your team are being put in a horrible position. You're having to address how to keep trying to do something, but with $13 million less money. But it means you're not doing something. There's something you're not able to do because you just lost $13 million.
Right. So there would be like a reduction in trash trap maintenance. There will be reductions in smart homes,
Like
issuing
River
of
Smart, you mean?
those, River Smart, I'm sorry, of bidding those equipment, burning through more of our inventory of equipment, burning barrels and those things that we already have on hand versus being able to stock that up. We would burn through what supplies we do have. Community stormwater grants would also be reduced. River Smart community grants would be reduced. Those are some of the issues that we reduced because of this.
Yeah. Are there any additional federal mandates that are going to be impacted by the funding cuts?
There
This
will
was a-
be, and we'll have those conversations with the various agencies that we work. So in addition to EPA, we'll have conversations with Fish and Wildlife. I believe there's some areas there. So overall, a lot of our grants come from EPA. So the different programs, we having those conversations with the program managers. Again, having had a conversation with the Region 3 administrator, letting them know that we're going to have additional challenges. We're going to set up some more additional meetings so that they can better see where we're at and if there's any flexibility or what flexibility we will have working with EPA.
But if we're going to miss federal mandates, I'm assuming that comes with a consequence of some type. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in this EPA that they're going to be trying to hold us to a high standard. So maybe we're counting on the fact that we got somebody who's going to probably lower the bar and expectations. But if we're missing federal mandates, there's a consequence for it. Could be funding, could be other elements. Are we saying we don't know what the consequences are at this point?
We don't.
But we
don't.
believe we're going to be missing federal mandates.
Based on the permit itself, yes, but we already knew that when they denied our appeal. I mean, like I said, and going into that new permit and seeing the numbers, we knew we were going to be extremely challenged with the numbers that we were given.
Okay.
And having that conversation with EPA, they said, we understand, but these are your numbers versus at least having that conversation to address the appeal that we applied. So again, not banking on anything, but we always knew it was going to be challenging, fully funded or not funded. This just adds that additional pressure. I'm looking to, establish those relationships and see what we can do because we're going to still work towards it. And see what we have. But there are consequences, as you said. What those consequences are, we wouldn't know that at this point.
All right. I think there are many parts of your proposed budget that bother me. This is definitely one of them that it's nothing but a budget gimmick to backfill DPW street sweeping by rating DOE. As you outlined, it means we're basically not going to be able to do our trash traps on our streams and rivers. We're not going to be doing a River Smart program. We're not going to be doing a lot of community stormwater management. And then on top of that, we got to work with the EPA to figure out how we're now out of compliance and aren't meeting federal mandates. This to me is just one more example of a really bad decision that's reflected in this budget that hurts on multiple angles of goals we're trying to achieve. I know I kind of want to finish that thread before I turn over to my colleague, Councilmember Fruman. I appreciate you joining us. So let me turn over to you for a round.
Thank you very much. It actually was very helpful for me to hear you finish that thread. And I have been listening to the hearing to this point. And I want to second what Chairman Allen has been saying about first praise for the work that you guys all do and the fact that you're trying to execute on these really important goals for the district, and also acknowledging the challenge you face in this budget environment and with having to hit a budget mark that you didn't pick. And so there's all kinds of ramifications that flow from that. We get it. Trying to understand what all of those things are. And if you're looking for somebody to try to help you get out of this hole, you couldn't do better than Chairman Allen. It's a pretty deep hole, so I don't know, kind of hard environment, but you can't do better than having an advocate like Chairman Allen. One of the things, and what I heard just now was whether or not it's eliminations, like you have rain barrels, but you're going to run out of rain barrels. So
Eventually, yes.
and there's other things that, you have demand for different community projects for stormwater, and there's going to be a point where you can't do them. And then the one that brought me downstairs, honestly, is the stormwater maintenance money, which, if I heard it correctly in the colloquy with Councilmember Louis George, somewhere there's $5 million for this. It's an agency to be named later, and the money will get moved over, but that $5 million will only take you so far.
Correct.
Which is very, very worrying to me. So there is, and like Councilmember Louis George, there are projects in Ward 3 that exist. There are projects in Ward 3 that are in the pipeline. And one of the things that folks have said is, we're all for this if it's maintained. But if it is not maintained, please keep it away, because it doesn't do anybody any good, and it has it can turn into a trash repository. So the $5 million, does it allow you to maintain service on all of your existing stormwater infrastructure? Or if not, what percentage of the existing stormwater infrastructure will it cover? And I heard you, the part of the way I heard you was, where communities are reaching out, then you'll answer the mail, and my communities will reach out. But that's not how we should do this. So what percentage of the inventory do you think you'll be able to maintain using the $5 million?
So my team will send me that number, because I don't have that number. But here's what I want to say about the whole stormwater green infrastructure maintenance. When in coming into this, one of the things I've always said is, okay, guys, if we don't have an O&M plan, maintenance plan to actually maintain these things, why we still build? I totally agree with you. Why are we still putting them in if we don't have funds to maintain them? So now we've been in this posture of the last couple of years trying to get funding put in place to help maintain the current structure that we have. One of the reasons why we keep trying to build more is to meet the demands of the permit, which, again, if you're telling me we have to do, okay, we're going to go build them and going to do it, but I don't have maintenance to maintain them, and then everybody gets upset. It's like, here's one thing we can do: stop building them. Then I can at least try to maintain what I have. Again, they're going to get me a number. I would rather focus on trying to maintain the inventory that we have than continue to try to build out to meet a permit that I can't meet, because then I have more things I have to maintain. It's very hard for us to acquire the funding to maintain them and then continue to be building further and more of them, because so one of the things we're trying to look at is, how do we get out of that circle? Why can't we enlist more people, community members that want to assist, want to help? Like, we was at that one we was just at, but why can't we get more help instead of us just trying to do it all ourselves? Because it seems like that's where we're at, and unfortunately the funding is not there. How much the 5 million will assist, I don't know, but my team, I'm sure they have a number.
Okay, so let's follow up on that, because I am curious what it takes to maintain the things that we have, what it would take to maintain the things that are in the pipeline. And this isn't, there are nice to haves and there are need to haves, and we actually don't have a choice. I mean, we need to be addressing these stormwater issues. This federal government may not be up in our shorts about it, but hopefully there will be one that is, honestly. And we got here because of federal requirements. And so we need to be firing on all cylinders here. And we need to know what it would take in order to do that, so that we can maintain these things. I hear you. It would be great if volunteers did it, but I don't know that you can count on that consistently.
No.
And also a different thing that's going on is we need to connect people to work. And for lots of reasons, but the federal government is going to be increasingly imposing work requirements on public assistance. And so we need jobs programs, and this actually can be one of those.
Absolutely.
So
That's part of what we're planning on using some funding for, is to establish some training so that we can do exactly what you're saying. Absolutely.
And the ripple effects of that, you can have, people can be earning something, people can preserve their public benefits there, and so lots of good things can come from getting this right, but we need to have enough money in the bucket, and we need to know what that number is. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Appreciate you being here. All right. Let me jump to another topic in the BSA. Continue with our acronyms, BEPS. Feel like I'm watching the same movie from last year. Go ahead and tell you right now, it's going to have the same ending. I'm going to strike this subtitle. Just like last year, this committee worked very closely with DOEE and with stakeholders. We just recently went through, we made several changes and updates to the BEPS law, worked closely with building owners as well. We made revisions to the program that helped reduce the administrative burdens of compliance. Even with that, we were open to additional revisions to the program related to third-party verification, but we wanted any further revisions to be informed by DOE's analysis of a third-party verification requirement. And so required in the most recent amendment to the program was the report to be submitted to the council. Has the agency completed it? Have you submitted that report on third-party verification?
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Yes, we have completed that report, and I believe it's working its way through
Yes, with EOL.
through the IQ process. So it's on its way to you.
Okay. All right. That's good to hear. I know sometimes that process takes a little bit of time, but that's at least progress that it's moving its way through that. I look forward to being able to get that. I really believe if there are changes that the executive is looking for in the BEPS program and to the requirements, get a report over, submit a proposal so we can consider it as part of legislation. We've clearly worked collaboratively to get that done in the past. We will always be a willing partner to work with you, work with other stakeholders to make sure our BEPS program is working the way it's supposed to. During our performance oversight, in your hearing responses, you mentioned there was $12 million in IRA funding from DOE towards improving the BEPS program. Has that funding been awarded? Is that part of the federal funding projections for FY26 if it hasn't?
So awarded is a technical term. Those funds have been awarded to the agency in the sense that the Department of Energy in late 2024 notified us that we were awarded, we were going to be given 12 million out of the 15 million we had applied for. However, that award process takes some time to execute, and we were not able to execute it prior to the change in administration. And since then, we have not seen any progress from the federal government in terms of finalizing the execution of that award, but we're continuing to push to finalize the award. And we think we have seen some progress in other jurisdictions, which gives us a little bit of optimism. But the short answer is we do not yet have those funds in hand.
Okay. And are they, when I look at a projected budget for FY26, are you counting that 12 as part of FY26 federal dollars now?
Not the full 12, but I believe we have loaded into our planned budget a portion of those funds. Yes.
Do we know how much portion?
That's the budget authority.
The budget authority put in. I think it's in the ballpark of 1.2 million because it is about, it's a 12 million, maybe it's a little more. It's a $12 million award over a 9-year period of performance. Okay. So the math works out to just north of.
So it's going to be approximately $1 million.
Correct.
Okay.
Approximately $1 million is a reasonable way to put it.
Got it. Okay. I'm not holding you to the exact dollar.
Okay.
Just turning it a ballpark. Okay. That's helpful. All right. Let me turn to, and I know one of my colleagues was starting to ask a little bit about this as well.
So.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so we got some information here.
On which thing?
The MOU.
Oh, we're going back to, okay, got it. We're going back to DGS and energy.
Yep.
All right.
So let's see. So it's 100, whoa, my fault. So all of DGS utilities is 134 million. 74 million is for electricity. That's coming from them. So
That's
the
FY 25, FY 26.
FY 25. We anticipated spending the entire MOU for FY 25, which is at 31 million. That's projecting to do that. They do not bill us month to month. Fiscal year. Yeah, it's based on how they're billing, they anticipate spending the entire MOU. And then that'll be what they'll do for FY 25. That's FY 25 MOU. So yeah, they plan on expending the entire 31 million.
Okay. But the information you're getting, I'm assuming, is from DGS.
Right. Their overall utility bill, that counts all their utilities as a whole.
Is expected to be 134.
130, I'm sorry. And then 74 is for electricity.
Got it. 130 total.
Correct.
74 is electric.
Electric, correct.
All right. And so the SETF transfer, the 31 million,
right,
is applied to my 74 electric.
Correct.
Okay. Would I assume correctly, I believe, that the proposed 26, 70 million would be also for the electric bill,
Correct.
not total energy costs?
So I believe the language is written to be more expansive, but it's looking to cover the electricity.
Got it. And if I assume if it's 74 projected this year, it's going to go up a little bit. So let me just round it up to, I think it's too much, but I'll round it up to 80. 70 out of the 80 is going to be covered by SETF, whereas in 25, a little bit less than 50% is going to be covered. So what this leads me to believe is that we are not only taking more from SETF, but we are essentially paying all the electric bills from SETF, by 90% at least. That gives me a lot of concern. And I think it should to DOE as well. All right, let me move to BEPS. Sorry, no, net zero. That's where we were. So among the revisions, the DC code and the BSA, there's language under the net zero energy ready language that removes our net zero requirements and moves to a net zero code requirement for government buildings. Additionally, there's language that changes from net zero to net zero energy ready, which some in industry use that term, others don't. It doesn't feel like it's a standardized industry term. So typically net zero energy ready is used to describe a building that is ready for any and all renewable energy uses, even if that's not what they're actually using. For somebody who might be thinking about it, it's like making sure your house is wired and has the electrical ability to switch over to electric, or to be ready for solar, but you haven't actually put solar on, right? Like it's getting something ready for it. The language in the BSA gives broad authority to grant modifications, which allow DOB to allow further use of fossil fuels. Was the language inserted into the BSA regarding net zero something that was reviewed by the agency before it was added?
I don't believe so. Dr. Lorenzo, you know?
I'm happy to answer that one. And there are a lot of technical moving parts on this one. So the kind of pithiest way is that we knew that there were some challenges with achieving net zero related to purchase of off-site renewables, right? So that what remains the same really is that we were looking at the way we always do is efficiency first, right? We look at that first across everything. And these are the questions around how are we doing that in the operations of government buildings, which are very pointed and exactly where we go. And then looking at electricity only, and then looking at on-site renewables. So this is what's retained in net zero ready. And then what would be changed would be the offsite for residual emissions. So we did look at that and we worked carefully with some of the affordable housing agencies to consider how we could keep the spirit of net zero intact and make these changes so that we could allow for some flexibility in cases where that was warranted. And we also worked with DGS was consulted, Affordable Housing Agencies, Department of Buildings, so that we did work to craft that. And this was where the sort of granular version that Councilmember Lewis George was asking earlier. And the question that I answered was the more global one that she was asking about how this would impact with our climate goals.
Right. And I agree that actually there are certain instances where the purchase of off-site renewables makes sense. And that can help. There are going to be some instances. What I'm concerned about is that this is so big of a exemption that it moves it from being the isolated case-by-case examples of where there may be a strong case for a purchase of off-site renewables could help with that mix or could help achieve it, and instead change it to where that becomes and resets an expectation. I think that it will get used in a way that absolutely undermines and makes it impossible for us to achieve our goals. And I also don't think it's a narrow or a narrow enough strategy to be able to respond to some discrete challenges that we may have on certain projects, and instead is creating a massive loophole, those will be my words, that I don't think actually work to achieve our goals, and in fact undermine a lot of our goals. Because once I build something, I'm not coming back around to it for 50, 70, none of us are going to be around for it, right? Like we're, think of any library we're in the middle of building right now, any rec center, any government building that we're doing. In our life cycle, we're not coming around. I hope we're not coming around to rebuild the thing. So it's going to last for a very long time, which means that sunk commitment is gone if we don't do it. I would want us to have a very high threshold to say, this is when we do have a reasonable exception. Here's a discrete reason why. Here's our offsite renewables we could figure out. Otherwise, I think we make something that is just way, way too broad. Director or Mr. Berger, you want to jump in?
I was just going to offer, building on what Dr. Lorenzo said. To me, my mind, what you've laid out is actually kind of the way we were trying to think about this, which is that the piece that we will not fix or change in any near future is the building itself, the envelope. And that's why the priority has to be building that building as efficiently as we possibly can. And that's very much what's retained in the BSA language around the net zero. There are other things that we can come back and do more of or less of later, relatively easy. If we build a building to accommodate some amount of solar, if it turns out that we improve the panel efficiency or want to expand the capacity, we can do that later. That's not so hard to do. The last piece on offsite renewables, in many discussions that we've had within the agency, I think what we see the change to a net zero energy ready standard is really aligning what we expect each actor in the system to do. So we expect the developer to build a really good building and to work with a solar installer to install some solar. We don't look to a housing developer to go out and like clean our grid and navigate the nuances and the complexities of energy markets. That's our job as an agency. We are responsible through our work primarily with the Public Service Commission, but also through programs like Solar for All, with driving that grid cleaner and cleaner by year. So we think that laying it out in the way that this set of substantive changes does sort of aligns the building owner with what they should be doing and aligns our job with what we should be doing, and doesn't look to them to do something that they're not equipped to do. They're not frankly good at. That's not a criticism. It's just not what they do. They build buildings. And yet would still get us ultimately to buildings that use very little energy, and the energy they do use is clean.
Right. I think as we work on the BSA in the next couple of weeks, this is a space where I'm more than happy to work with the agency to think about how do we have something that is very narrow and tailored and achieves part of what we're talking about. But I don't support it as proposed because I think it is overly broad and I think it creates a really big challenge. So certainly after the hearing, I'm happy to work with you all and try to think about how can we try to land that in a way that recognizes what you're just describing, but also you don't have to answer the question when someone says, is this going to mean that we can't get to our goals? You can still say yes, because right now the answer is going to be no. So I look forward to working with you all and trying to think this one through a bit more. Somewhat related, as we think about major projects and renewables on site, and frankly, huge opportunities, can you outline for me DOE's discussions and how you've been involved so far in the RFK site development?
Sure, we've been very engaged with DMPED in terms of trying to be on the front end of that project in terms of working with them from an environmental perspective as well, ensuring that it's a smooth transition when they start whatever they want to do. We just want to make sure that we're in the room having those discussions early on. We have a dedicated our point of contact for our agency. Our chief of staff is our dedicated person to work with them on all aspects, whether it's environmental or whether it's energy. So looking at different things, providing them with information because we're early in the process. Now is the time, and we want to be a partner with them to ensure that they'll maximize whatever they're trying to do. So we're definitely engaged with them on almost if weekly would be a minimum in type of engagement. We're engaged with them much more. We just had a meeting with DMPED 2 weeks ago to talk about some environmental things. And hey, we want to make sure you're aware of some of the lessons learned from when Walter Reed was being changed over. And at some point we got in there kind of late. We caused some hiccups. We don't want to be hiccups anymore. We want to definitely be a partner with them, be with them at the front end. They've been receptive. And so we're going to continue to work with them to make sure they're considering more than just a straight project. So we're definitely going to be with that project.
Let's take the elephant in the room of a stadium or not a stadium. No matter how you feel about a stadium, it is the opportunity to essentially build out what is the equivalent of a small city anywhere else in America. We are talking about 20 to 25,000 people, 6,000 to 8,000 homes, and that's if a stadium goes in. If you didn't have a stadium, you'd have a lot more housing. New businesses, new parks, new green spaces on the river's edge with Metro as what should be, rather than 8,000 parking spots, which should be a centerpiece of how we move people around in this space. But rarely do we get a chance to basically build a small city from scratch. Why should this not be 100% net zero? Should there be any fossil fuels? Should I be laying any gas pipes if I have the chance to build a new city from scratch? Why would I lay any gas pipes in? Shouldn't I be able to focus on the opportunity here to make this a net zero site from the beginning? I'm not having to retrofit anything. I get to start from scratch.
And that's why we want to be in the room having those conversations with them.
Is that the explicit directive?
From us?
Yeah.
We're part of that team and we're going to show them.
I want you to be a leader on it.
We are a leader in terms of the environmental aspects, in terms of all that. That's why we're providing them with that information early on. It's not our decision, but we are going to provide them with, some of the best laid plans that are out there. We're looking at other ways other stadiums were built. For me, I like nuclear powers. I know we can't put a small nuclear power there, but that would be excellent because it could do everything that you're talking about. But providing them with that information.
Get yourself in trouble real fast.
I'm already in trouble. I'm already in trouble. But but no, we're trying to be in the room with those conversations at the very beginning and making sure that all things are being realized and it doesn't have to be just one thing. There doesn't have to be business as usual. There's so much out there that's already been done that we feel we can make it better. That DC is on cutting edge in a lot of different technologies, in a lot of different arenas, and now is the time to execute those. And this is a prime opportunity. And in all honesty, in talking with DMPED, they're excited too, because they know that there's great potential And we just need to be a partner with them to ensure that that potential come to realization. That's what we're hoping for.
Well, this is definitely not my first rodeo. So I know that to be able to get and achieve the types of things you're talking about, or what I would want to see, or what a lot of others would want to see, it has to be in the deal. It can't be a hope after everybody votes and wouldn't it be nice? Gosh, if everybody's really nice together, hopefully we can do these things. They have to be built in from the get-go, from the very beginning. I think a bare minimum should be that there has to be a master green overlay that DOE has to approve. If we're talking about a master developer who's going to develop the whole thing, the commanders would be getting not just a stadium, but all the land around it to build and develop. Seems like we'd want to be able to say we want a green overlay the DOE has to approve around our energy, our sustainability, our stormwater, everything, because you're in the best position to help do that. What about being able to think about this as an entire microgrid? Again, it's like a small city. What are thoughts about how we would invest in, how would we make it such that this is like its own microgrid, not a nuclear plant? How do we think about it as its own microgrid, though, to be able to look at that as, again, everything that we have in front of us, every decision around this opportunity should be framed around what's our city look like 50 years from now? Because this is the chance to do it. It will not come around again. What about our grid?
I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. That's why I'm glad we're in the room now having those conversations versus midstream and then we're all talking and then now we're creating disruptions as an agency for things that we would like to see done now. Being there now at these early stages for the past few months, I think will make a big difference in terms of getting us on the right track.
I think, I'm glad that you're in the room. I just frankly want and expect a lot more. I think, again, this is an opportunity. I mean, look at what everyone raves about Mercedes-Benz Stadium as a zero waste stadium. That's great. If that's like what we aspire to, like we're missing the boat. Remember when Nats Ballpark was opened and everyone patted ourselves on the back. We built a stadium that was LEED certified. Isn't this a great big deal? At this point, 15, 20 years later, it's kind of like, oh, all right, like that was good. Like we could do a heck of a lot better than that. It's the opportunity that's in front of us. And the opportunity doesn't get realized unless it's required. And I think it's got to get required. I believe it's got, part of what I'll be working towards and proposing is it's got to get baked into the deal. Like if I'm handing over more than $1 billion in public funds, I want something in return for it. And we're going to have to make sure we know what those things are and it sets our city up for the future, not looking backwards. 8,000 cars, that's part of what we're going to talk about with DDOT, but 8,000 parking spots, that's nuts. Why would I not be building a city for the future that focuses on transit rather than parking garages? And then let's think about the climate and environmental goals that aren't going to be achieved because I'm filling it up with acres and acres and acres of parking garages. None of that makes sense. And I know that DOE can be just a phenomenal leader in that of helping shape and drive it. So I'm not going to ask you to respond to this. I'm just letting you know. My expectation is I don't want you to be in the room. I don't want you to be just a good, willing partner. I want you driving a lot more of this. And I think we can find ways to push that it happens. All right, let's jump back to the operating budget for a little bit on that rosy note. All right, I want to look through the specific line items in the operating budget and looking at revenue type. So of the nearly 77 million reduction to the agency, 71.4 million of that cuts based on a reduction to the special purpose revenue fund dollars. We spent a good amount of time talking about the SCTF. The remaining 7.4 million in cuts comes from local funds. And I want to walk through the division level adjustments to help understand them. But is the reduction in local funds pulled from across the agency, or is that reduction concentrated in one specific division?
It's pulled from across the agency. So normally when we get our local mark at the beginning, when we start budget development, that mark is given across. The mark is given as a whole number Our financial team then takes and kind of breaks that up over all the different divisions that utilize local funds. And then we modify it a little bit towards to the groups that need local funding. USA is a heavily locally funded administration. Rail safety is a heavily funded division. Lead Safe and Healthy Housing is another division that's heavily locally funded. So we may reduce, and this is internal decisions on our part, reduce those local pots to give them more because they're more dependent on it, and the other divisions have SPRs that they can push back on. So we get the base number from them, and then we kind of divvy it up across the agency as a whole once we get that number from downtown.
Okay. All right, let's spend a second on the federal dollars. So federal funding for the agency, at least on paper, is essentially flat at the ballpark 141 million. You shared a lot of caveats about that early on. Specifically, these are not grant dollars that we've actually been awarded or in hand in many cases.
Yes.
I'm going to be more blunt about this. I think this federal number of 141 million is pure fiction. We are not going to see that level of federal fund achieved. We're just not. I mean, worse though, I am concerned that this is being used to paper over the true cuts to DOE. I said this earlier, the cuts to DOE, I don't think actually are 24% this year. I think it's over 30%. It could be up to 40% if I'm being truthful about the federal dollars. We are seeing federal agencies that are freezing lots of funds. We're going to talk about LIHEAP in just a little bit. I am baffled as to how the CFO certified this budget with 141 million in federal dollars coming in when they know full well and can see it every day in the newspaper. That money is not coming. We're not going to see that. And I think we got to be very honest about that. Of this pretend 141 million, are there particular federal grants that you feel are most vulnerable or most in jeopardy, or that we've already seen them freeze FY25 funds? So it likely means we're not going to see FY26 dollars coming.
So when this all started, it was freeze, one day it's frozen, next day it's not frozen. Early on, the payment system was very stressful for everyone. Since then, it's kind of stabled out. In reading the proposed 26 EPA budget, we know everything is zeroed out in there. We know what we're working from. The one assumption that we've made or I've made and instructed my team to make, you're not getting more than whatever you get, unless you have a continuing grant that's in a current grant cycle, since we normally have 3 to 4 year grant cycles on all our grants. Those cycles will be honored or met because they may have another year on them. We're in the 3rd and 4th year of most of our grants, not in the fresh part. I think Director Berger said one of the grants that we anticipated, still haven't gotten any release on that, but that budget authority was already put into our grant, so our budget. So that's why that's $1 million. That's roughly a budget authority that we have that we don't have the actual money for. There will be several others, I believe, that we anticipated some additional budget authority that we put in that will not be realized. I don't have that exact number. But a lot of our base grants, we know we will get something, but we just don't know what that number will be. If it's where we took the pots over an incremental period of 3 to 4 years, we anticipate getting those 3rd and 4th year pots. If it's a brand new grant or a brand new grant cycle, for example, and this isn't one, but like underground storage tank grant may start in 26. That would be a grant that would be in jeopardy on whether we actually will receive that. Again, normally it's a basic grant that we get every year, we have gotten. That doesn't mean it's going to be guaranteed. I don't look for any new spending. I'm looking to get what we expect to receive. A lot of the newer ones, again, we're just waiting to see if they actually release it. But that's what is in terms of budget authority, since that's what this is based on. That's where that's coming from. But we don't know what that is.
So if we know that FY24, we thought we had about 37, like we ended with about 37 million in federal funding. FY25 is when it jumped significantly to 141. It's the 1 year that we see an increase in DOE's budget. And I think all of us were hopeful that the really impressive actions taken at the federal level with the Inflation Reduction Act and others were really going to get the dollars out the way that we all want. We see a current administration that is doing everything they can to decimate and undermine IRA, and a lot of the federal investments that need to be made, not only here in DC, but across the whole country. If I look at FY25 now, 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year, do we have a solid estimate of how much we're actually going to see in federal? In other words, do we think we're on, I mean, I know we're not on track for the 141. What do we think we're on track for federal dollars at the end of FY25, based on what we know now?
Would not,
Is it closer to that 37 million, like from the previous year?
I think we're above that number, but I know we're not near the max number. Because there were a couple that we thought would start that we know we didn't get. There was, I believe there was a $14 million grant that we planned on getting that we did not receive. So there's a couple in there that we know we didn't receive.
Okay.
The funds for most of our basic stable grants, we did get. We did get the DARA grant, which is in our air quality group. So a lot of those we did get. So I know we're above that number, just not sure what the exact number is. So we can follow up on that.
Okay. Also looking at FY26 now, there's an additional 1.7 million in private grant funds awarded to the agency. Where's that coming from?
That's so from the Volkswagen settlement money, because it's taken so long for us to extend it, it's collected interest. And so that's really just an increase on the funding that's there.
We're earning 1.7 million in interest?
Well, cumulative, so I think there was like 3.4 million left in that particular account.
Yeah.
And so I think the last interest payment put us up around, Mike, was that like 700,000 or something?
Okay. Either way, though,
We can get-
that's,
yeah,
that's Volkswagen settlement money.
Yes.
Got
yes.
it. Okay. When I look at our FTEs and vacancies, I will say I am surprised based on the enormous reduction to DOE's operating budget that the budget book only reflects the loss of 5 FTEs. The submitted Schedule A for FY26 also notes a sweep of about 1.3 million in vacancy savings. So that leaves 548.2 positions listed in the budget book. Are they all fully funded?
All the positions in the thing are fully funded.
Okay. So in other words, if the mayor's hiring freeze were magically lifted, assume Congress did the right thing, does the agency have the budget needed to fill each position listed in Schedule A in FY26 the next week?
For FY26?
Well, October 1st.
Yes.
Every position you're going to have filled.
We will
on October
work,
1st.
we will work on getting on field, because that's all we're waiting for.
I mean,
We're ready to
but
go.
realistically,
Mhm.
when the position doesn't come available until October 1st, like there's just, because I also want to set expectations for people. If you have a hiring freeze,
Mhm.
you have and there's just natural attrition that takes place, retirements, whatever, people find new jobs. There's going to be a cohort that basically since I think we put the hiring freeze in place in maybe late April, early May, somewhere in that ballpark.
Correct.
So you got several months where you have a hiring freeze. And then fingers crossed, at the end of this fiscal year, hiring freeze is lifted because congressional action was just on the FY25 budget.
Correct.
But now you have to fill all the back positions and then the new positions. That's just a heavy lift. I want to set expectations for folks. Like, it's hard to fill them all.
Yes, we have about 78 vacant positions total. And so we had a few that we planned on getting filled. Again, we're working to get some of those critical ones done for through the waiver process right now, because again, 50% permitting and air quality, 50% of my rail safety team needs to be filled. So there's a couple of critical ones there. Otherwise, yeah, October 1, then those will still be the ones that we will be pushing forward. But we would definitely be executing on filling positions as soon as we're able to do that, because those positions are fully funded right now.
Okay. All right. Let me try to do a couple of account group level adjustments as well. Starting with personnel services, the line item for continuing full-time is cut by 3.5 million. The line item for fringe benefits is cut by about $400,000. Those cuts are balanced against a $4 million enhancement to continuing full-time others, while total PS funding is essentially flat. So what I'm trying to get at here is, given the elimination of the fringe, it looks like DOE is converting some of your traditional full-time positions into other positions. Can you, or anyone on your team, help clarify what's happening there? as people are looking at charts here, I'm
Yeah, we
looking
got
at personnel services,
that's
the line item for continuing full-time. And it's got a $3.5 million reduction.
I believe, and I'll probably have to get back with you, but I believe that was just a matter of converting staff that were in, I forget the name of the other column, but there's
Mhm.
2 term positions into permanent positions. We normally kind of use those, unfortunately, we use those sloppily in terms of when we're doing our Schedule As, and usually we're putting people either on the continuing term resolution or we put them under the term one as they transition, but some managers will just do continuing. Some managers will actually try to follow what their staff currently is, because every 4 years, staff converts from term into perm. That affects where the number appears at. So overall, there may be some fluctuation, but it's flat because it always kind of balances out. But I need to confirm that with my financial team,
Okay.
if that's how that happened.
Then we can certainly
Yeah,
work with
we'll
your team and
definitely follow
staff
that.
afterwards
Yeah.
to make sure we understand that one. I'll just go ahead and flag for it. The other one that it didn't make sense to us was the non-personal services line.
Mhm.
There's a $49 million reduction to government subsidies and grants, a $31 million reduction to energy, communications, and building rentals, and then a $14 million reduction to contractual services. So we're trying to understand what's being cut within each of those NPS lines,
Gotcha.
or is it on paper, it's a reduction, and in fact, the funding is just categorized somewhere else? So perhaps that we can follow up on that one
Yeah,
with you and your staff
yeah,
on
I-
that too.
but I'm just marking the lines that you've
Yep.
identified.
While,
Yep.
while we're marking, there's also a $16 million increase to other services and charges.
See that? Yes.
It's a lovely, wonderfully vague term. So we need to understand, what is that enhancement?
Understand.
What's included there? All right, let me turn to a few others here. You've gone through some of the internal restructuring already with some of my colleagues and they asked those questions. So I'm not necessarily going to repeat too much of that. But there are a few programs for which I want to make sure we understand what the proposed FY26 budget, whether it's a reduction or an enhancement.
Mhm.
How much is budgeted for FY26 in LIHEAP to help our residents with their energy bills?
So the LIHEAP budget would be, if you're looking at that budget, in table 4, normally the LIHEAP grant itself would be, federal grant would be about $11 million. That's kind of what we're budgeted for. And, utility affordability would be the name under which LIHEAP would fall under.
Okay.
So that would be what would be used for assisting the residents, but also be used, a portion of that would also go towards PS.
All
for
right.
the staff that operates that program.
Why are we anticipating any federal LIHEAP funds when we have a Secretary of HHS who's frozen our FY25 LIHEAP funds, has gone out publicly and said, I'm not going to spend any LIHEAP funds. I'm not going to send them. Why are we budgeting and planning on any federal LIHEAP dollars?
So
again, I'm baffled as why the CFO would even certify this when they've frozen all the funds in FY25 and have said, we're not going to do it.
well, they did do a release of the last 10% for FY25, but I mean, that was after they said they wasn't going to do it. So we were pleasantly surprised that they did that. So that, because that helped us out a lot.
I agree. These are critical dollars. Like there's no, you and I are on the same page around it. These are critical dollars that help our residents. I just know what we got in a Secretary of HHS right now who controls when the dollars come out. And he fired all the LIHEAP staff at the federal office.
Correct. There's 2 left.
So how realistic is it that we're going to get $11 million in federal LIHEAP dollars?
Well, so my senior deputy has showed me something this morning, but I don't know if you want to speak about what some rationale there for that.
So, yes, so just going based on the history of when the current administration was in office, they did zero out the budget. One thing I did once we all heard all the chatter about LIHEAP going away was I pulled up the actual list of LIHEAP funds that are spread out throughout the nation. When I look at this realistically, we actually get $11 million a year from LIHEAP. But when I look at the other states, Florida, and I don't have to tell you Florida, I don't have to define what Florida is, they get $100 million. Georgia gets $79 million. South Carolina is $45 million. Texas, $167 million. The reality is that if these funds go away, then there probably would be some kind of, issue throughout the nation. So we do anticipate that at some point Congress will put this money back in play.
I hear your rationale and noted the states you chose there. I am anxious about seeing it realized, though. I mean, because the same people that are in the states you mentioned are also voting to cut people off Medicaid, cut veteran services, cut a lot of their own constituents' needs. So I'm skeptical we're going to see it. To help understand what the impact would be, should they not have the federal funds, you said some of those dollars are used to fund PS positions?
Yes, sir. Those would be my most, right now, the way everything is set up, that's my most vulnerable group.
Right. And how many folks is that?
It represents 34 FTEs. Not all FTEs are fully funded, but it represents 34 FTEs in the agency.
All of which use that LIHEAP funding to
Correct.
fund those positions?
Yes, sir.
How are you able to float that? For example, when they did freeze the dollars and didn't disperse them, how did you help float the staff positions when the federal dollars weren't coming?
So we found some local dollars within our budget, so we were able to float that through. So that patches was able to be made, and so we're good for 25. It's 26. That is, like I said, that is my most vulnerable area with regards to that. And I know my team now is shaking, but yeah, that's my most vulnerable area. That's my underbelly is that group.
Okay.
Because of the dependence on federal funding that we have there.
Got it. And you said earlier, for FY25, we're out of LIHEAP dollars.
Yes, sir. We're just clearing the queue of what we already had in the system. So we've serviced a significant number of about 41,000 residents, as I said. We're still clearing out like those applications that came in before the deadline. They're still being cleared out. So we're just in that process. We hope to have that done by July.
Have we run out of LIHEAP dollars by June before?
Yes, but there was other ways to, we found other other local pots within the agency to allow us to run it. Last year, we was able to run, I believe, until July. So we ran out of dollars at about the end of July last year. This year, we ran out, say, 2 months earlier because of the need. So one of the things I do have the team think about is going into October, assuming that we receive federal funding, how do we maximize those funds once we remove the PS?
Did we transfer the same amount of local funds to help cover that gap last year as we did this year?
We have transferred some. I don't believe it was the same amount. But we did transfer some local funds to allow us to get to this point. Because I wanted everything, so we selected it. Once I knew we were in the process of running out, I said, give me a date that makes sense that we can say this is our cutoff date so people will know. And so that's kind of how we based it on. But even with that date, when they ran their analysis on how much they would need, we knew we would have to still come up with some local dollars. I thought it was going to be somewhere around 3 million, but because we got that last minute ejection from the federal government, we don't need to cover that much, but I think it's like 1.3 million that we will cover out of local funds within the agency to get us through FY25.
Will not get us through it because we're already out.
Well, allow us to finish the payments of the applications that are in the queue.
Okay. And when you were using the phrase clear out the queue,
So yeah,
what does that mean?
Well, so applications start coming in October and we continuously collect them and process them as they come in. But we're always, we have more applications than we can process at any given time. So we always had a backlog. Usually in November, December, we'll do some extra time so we can get those processed, but we're always lagging in actual processing. So But the team does it, the financial team there and that group does an analysis, so they kind of know based on the number of applications we have in the system, how much it's going to cost us. So when they hit that number, say, look, we run out of money on this date based on the number of applications we have in the system. That's what, so will give me a
But are we
date. that makes sense.
processing applications right now for people that are applying for funds we don't have?
No. So these are applications that are still kind of clearing out. There's still like 3,000 applications that still need to be cleared out or processed and those payments sent to those residents on behalf of their electric bill.
Got it.
Once those are done, then technically there's no more applications coming in because there isn't. We stopped that part. There's no more coming in. We're just clearing
All right.
out
So
all of.
thank you. All right.
there.
So when you
I'm
say
sorry.
clear out,
Yeah.
I'm hearing that you've closed the application door.
Mhm.
There are still applications pending.
Correct.
Dollars are still sitting because they're going to be going out. When you say the word, we ran out of funding, it's not like there's no dollars going out right now. What you're saying is you've ceased new applicants, but funding is still going to get out the door for the next couple of months as you're clearing those
Yes, sir.
applications out.
Yes, sir.
All right. Got it. But we closed the application door 2 months earlier this year than we did last year.
Correct.
Okay. And what about the year before that?
No, the year before that, there was like ARPA, that's when ARPA funds were available. So yeah, we ran all the way through. There was
Okay.
no shutdown because we had the funds for that. All we did was shut down for 2 weeks to switch over from fiscal year to fiscal year.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. For FY26, how much is budgeted for our utility discount program?
Do we know that number? Is there a number for that? You know it? Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon.
So this is Director Wright. She runs our utility affordability program, so she should have all those numbers. She's our LIHEAP lady.
Director Wright, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. So in terms of funding for our utility discount program, our projected budget is $860,000. And just to explain the structure that helps support FTEs, and they determine eligibility for our utility discount programs. And it's also used for advertising as well as our communications to district residents about the program.
Got it. Thank you. And how many FTEs does that support?
So it helps support some of the 34 that Director Jackson shared. So in terms of the structure of funding, we rely on the utility discount programs funding to help that from the utility companies.
Okay, got it. For the weatherization assistance program, what's our funding for FY26 looking like?
I can pull that up on my notes because I have that. So it's also really important when we talk about our weatherization assistance program, there are two sources of funding. And the first is the Department of, I'm just going through my notes, our Federal Department of Energy. And so we're looking at $869,944. And also a portion of LIHEAP funding also is allocated towards weatherization. And I just wanted to share with you and echo what our senior deputy said, but we're following the federal government on a daily basis. I just left a conference where we talked about LIHEAP, and the two remaining staff actually presented. And under the current administration, they did zero out LIHEAP, but it does have bipartisan support. And so we really are hoping that that's the case. When we think about the LIHEAP program, it was started under a Republican president at the time. It's almost a 45-year-old program. So there's a lot of advocacy across the boards to really try to support the program and the function.
Well, I agree with you. I also have tried to help for folks who are fortunate enough to never need LIHEAP. I've tried to help explain you should care about LIHEAP as well, because when your utility company has to basically eat the charges because LIHEAP goes away and there's an unpaid balance. How are they going to pay for that? They're going to raise your rates because they're going to turn to the ratepayers. So if LIHEAP doesn't exist, it hurts everybody. Obviously, it hurts our most vulnerable the most, but everybody's going to pay a little more. So it's really, really important. Okay, thank you. River Smart Homes. You mentioned that it's going to be reduced, but how much do we have in the FY26 budget for River Smart Homes?
I'm gonna bring up my NRA deputy. Everybody gets a little bit of time. And I'll let him speak on behalf of NRA.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Lorenzo. This is our director, Steve Sarr. He's the new director for the National Resources Administration.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the table.
So I have that right handy. Hold on one sec. Somewhere. I can tell you it's a 50% reduction. I'm actually now having trouble finding the actual figures.
So River Smart's 57% reduction.
Oh, 57, thank you.
Which leaves a budget of approximately 1.1 million. FY26.
Correct.
I'm sorry, leaves how much?
It leaves approximately 1.2 million for FY26. That's the budget for River Smart.
And a 57% reduction in the total available funds, does that translate evenly to a 57% reduction in the number of homes?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And what about the Anacostia River bag bill funds? How much is in FY26?
You have the number, Steve?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
There's 1.447 million.
Okay, and that represents a reduction from what in FY25?
55%.
So 55% reduction.
Yes.
Okay. How much are we not doing with a 55% reduction?
I'm sorry, actually, I do want to correct the record.
Yeah.
This analysis based on our non-personnel, as the director has pointed out, we have kept our personnel funds in place. There aren't very many FTEs on that, but the analysis I have right in front of me is just for non-personnel. I can't.
No, that's helpful to make sure folks know that
Okay.
this is not a reduction in the staffing and FTEs. This is the, for lack of a better term, programmatic dollars that are able to go out, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you anticipate if we have a 55% reduction of bag bill funds? What are you eliminating or reducing when you have 55% less?
We've had to cut back on several grants. I think the director already mentioned several of them, like the trash trap maintenance, our community stormwater solution grants. I can look up, I think I have a full list in front of me. Yeah, the River Smart Homes is partially paid through that as well. All aspects of that.
Okay. So much in the way that we need to change the title of the SCTF fund so that people understand what they're paying for. Do we need to change the logo for this from skip the bag, save the river?
I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question.
No, I'm okay. I didn't see that in the BSA, changing up the names and titles of these. All right. I mean, to me, these are programs that have incredibly clear demonstrated benefit to our city, to our rivers, to our residents. These make no sense to be cutting. You know, I got myself in trouble with my good friend, the DPW director, Mr. Crispino, who I think the world of. But I talked about the fact that, you know, a lot of the mission of DOEE is, frankly, it's health and safety of people. It's clean water to drink. It's clean air to breathe. It's homes that are free of mold and lead. Like, it's what the agency does is incredibly important things. And when we had the budget presented to us, the budget seemed to be the only thing in any time, like tangentially related from environmental space, was talking about being able to expand the district's composting program. And I say this as someone who is a composting program subscriber. I've got my whole family hooked on it. We love being able to put our composting out once a week, and it's a great program that DPW runs. It is not a life and health and safety issue, though, if that program didn't happen. I like that program. I like it a lot. But if I am having to make difficult choices about, can I make sure that people don't have mold and lead in their homes, or they've got clean water to drink, those are the choices in front of us. So to my friend, Director Crispino, I love the composting program. I want to see it. I'm not recommending we cut it. I'm just saying, when we have choices, my life is not going to fall apart because I don't have a composting program. But if I don't have clean water to drink or clean air to breathe, or my kids got mold in the house, that's a life and health and safety issue. And you guys are the agency that work on that and do it really well. And so I am very frustrated with where I see these different cuts and the way that they're going to really impact the way that our city works and works for our residents. All right, let me try to get us close to wrapping up. Let me turn to the capital budget. All right. There don't seem to be many changes to the capital top line budget for FY25. Are there any FY25 projects that you wanted to highlight on the capital side? During our oversight hearing, you mentioned you'd have a concrete start date for the Anacostia River sediment laydown process pretty soon. What's our progress there, for example?
So right now, the biggest challenge right now is we're at 90% design. Finding a laydown area within city, in the boundaries of the city, has been challenging. We're working with National Park Service, DDOT, and DPW because we're trying to utilize a portion of the NPS maintenance yard over there off Benning Road, that as a potential laydown area because it's next to the river.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of the timing because of the construction or demolition of the trash transfer station, the work that's being done on the bridge. It's a matter of, can we time that out and a set aside? We need about 6 acres, I believe, in order to do a proper laydown area. So that's really been the only thing really holding us from actually starting the work. Once we have that located, then we move from 90% design to 100% design. But based on our current timeline, we look to finally get a dredger in the water in 26, the fall of 26 is what we're projecting on that timeline.
Okay.
It's
I
13
feel like that
years away.
laydown's been our holdup for a
That's
while.
been
now.
our holdup for a while. It has been, because initially we were looking at other locations. This would be the right location, but then that's when we found out DPW also, I mean, not DPW, but DDOT had their eyes on it for their bridge project. So we're like, so right now we're just working out with them. When do you plan on doing your bridge? Because, let's see if we can work a deal out that will give us what we need, give you what you need. Because we're ready to go, we can get there early and kind of lay that out. So that's where we're at.
Maybe there's some good news in the streetcar being eliminated. I believe that DDOT actually eliminated most of the capital dollars for some of that bridge work. If I'm thinking it's the same bridge, by eliminating the streetcar.
No.
Maybe there's an upside to that, at least for DOE. All right, let's follow up on that one so we can find out. Because if I believe that I could be wrong, but I believe that might be the same bridge that the mayor just proposed eliminating all the capital dollars from as pulling back from the streetcar project. So let's find out on that. All right, there are 2 capital projects with significant balances for FY25. The Clean Water Construction Management Project has $37 million balance with another $5.5 million allocated to FY26. Do you anticipate spending down the $37 million in 25?
So that's right up.
Doesn't sound like
That's
it.
right up Director Surrey's alley.
All right.
He
Are we?
can answer that.
Those funds, we've gotten a great infusion through BIL funds there. And I don't think they won't all be expended in FY25, but they are being dispersed to projects, capital projects with DDOT, other ones within DOE. We do have more than enough projects to utilize those funds over the life of the grant.
Okay. Do you have a list of those projects that you could share with the committee?
We do, I would have to get back
Yeah, I
to you
mean,
on
yes,
this.
not that you
Yep.
have it right now.
Yep.
But if you could follow up with the committee and share that
Absolutely.
list, that'd be helpful for us to see.
Yep.
Okay. The budget book describes that project as, quote, necessary to meet the requirements of the MS4 permit, right? So how does that work when we talked about the MS4 permit previously with the stormwater dollars and the street sweeping at DPW? Is there any intersection between those two things?
So
The dollars going out, but then you still try to meet the MS4 with these dollars?
the capital construction dollars, no.
Okay.
Yeah, so the capital construction dollars are primarily utilized to meet the, there's a requirement to retrofit, I can't remember, 1,000+ acres of the district to treat stormwater, and those funds are utilized to help meet that goal. And we are utilizing them for that purpose.
Okay. The other capital project with a large outstanding balance for FY25 was the hazardous material remediation project, which had 16.5 million in available funds with another 40 million added across the CIP. What are the 16.5 going to be used for in FY25?
So those cover all the Anacostia sediment project that will cover all the remediation projects occurring in the district. So the sediment
But we're not
project,
doing the Anacostia till 2026.
in terms of, doing all the early action areas and everything. But in addition to the sediment project, you also have the Kenilworth Park project, which falls under that fund. So we're working with MPS to finally get in there to do the work to actually do the cap that was proposed. And then we also have the Washington Gas area that we're working in. And then we also have Poplar Point that we're doing the remediation environmental work from. So the hazardous material fund, as its title, is for just that, essentially dealing with large contaminated sites that are in the district, owned by the district. So we're just getting those sites to where they need to be at. Those are the 4 primary sites that we're working on.
Okay. Switching to some issues around water. Not the water in the river, but the water coming out of the tap. The budget book mentions a $457,000 enhancement to, quote, support lead safe and healthy water filtration initiatives.
So
What
that's
is that initiative?
So that's just the continuation of the the filters for the childcare centers. So
Okay.
every year, that's money that just has to be added. We've managed to get that kind of down from what it was several years ago. It's
Mhm.
kind of been reduced. One, because we built up a stock of filters. And 2, because it's a program that's now been running for quite a few years that we're
Yeah.
more efficient
So
at.
why are we, I agree, we've had that for a while. Why are we calling that enhancement then?
I'm not sure of the language, but that's what it's for.
Okay. All right. Last year, the committee also worked to put in $125,000 on a recurring basis to fund the leak assistance program with DC Water. What this was doing essentially was a pilot program that they were going to put in funds and matching funds with what we put in. This in short for the public to understand, because I think you do, help identify when we've got individuals with leaks that are basically blowing up their bill, but when you've got a senior on a fixed income or somebody's just unable to find that leak, they end up wasting water, but also end up with just huge bills that they can't manage, and it drives folks into a lot of bad spots. The funds passed through DOE, were they fully awarded to DC Water?
Yeah, I'll let Dr. Wright speak on that since that falls under her purview.
Doctor now, okay.
Yeah, Dr. Director. That's close enough. Close enough.
Starts with a D.
Starts with a D,
Yeah.
exactly.
So yes, those funds through an MOU have been fully transferred to DC Water. As a matter of fact, we meet with DC Water on a monthly basis, and they identify qualified households who have been approved for our utility assistance CREAC program. So that's how they are able to really target households with high usage of leaks and waters, where they will do an assessment to complete repairs.
Okay. So at the DC Water oversight hearing, they told us they had identified 54 households to do repairs, had not done them yet. And that as of that hearing, which was just a couple months ago, they'd only done 2. How are you evaluating if they're actually getting the job done?
So in terms of our evaluating, part of our partnership is trust. And so what we've done is through the MOU transfer the funds. And I know that it's been a process and they've communicated that it's been a process as well. And so we would continue to just listen to what their challenges are as part, again, of our partnership. Since they have the contractors that are responsible for completing the assessment, we defer to them.
Okay. But do you have any metrics you're asking for within that MOU of just knowing how many households got done, how many applications, things like that?
So we have general language in our MOU, and we, of course, discuss on a monthly basis the progress, but it is its first year. So I think that we can really just gain a lot of lessons learned to make improvements for the coming year.
Okay. I know it was ramping up, so I want people to know when they've only completed 2. That was a hearing in February or March, and they'd only started maybe 6 weeks in advance of that. So I don't want people to read too much into that. They already had 54 households identified. So my expectations have been a lot more, but we want to make sure we're evaluating how we're getting that done.
We'll definitely make sure that, I mean, that's a great idea. We'll definitely make sure we work those metrics in. So when we're having those meetings with them, that we'll definitely track that a lot more.
Okay.
So I appreciate
And
that.
when the council put those funds in, they were recurring dollars. So are those funds included in the FY26 mayor's proposed budget?
Yeah.
That's good news. All right. I like to have some good news. All right. Last question. We've got a whole lot of funds that are non-lapsing funds, but this budget tries to turn them all into lapsing funds. Why?
We're working with the mayor's team to have more clarification on why there's a need for transition from lapsing to non-lapsing, and working also with our federal partners because there are some tie-ins there. So we want to make sure everybody understands the tie-ins that are needed between being identified as lapsing versus non-lapsing.
My understanding also is just from the ways in which you have to manage demands, needs, program administration, a non-lapsing fund smooths out the dollars in a way that helps plan and anticipate and be able to actually administer a program successfully. And I do believe there are some conflicts with some of the federal partnerships and funding that by switching to a lapsing could create a problem. So I'll just flag that for you that I do not support those moves of non-lapsing funds turn to lapsing, and we will be working to unwind that as well, because I think there is value in having the non-lapsing funds, both from a program administrability perspective, as well as other federal partner requirements you've got. All right. I don't have any other questions at this time. We've got some follow-ups. Good 4 hours. I feel like we knocked our way through a lot. I also want to make sure that both for the DOE staff that are in the room and for the DOE staff that are watching online or listening or getting a readout from any of their colleagues, I am highly critical of the budget that is given to this agency. The cuts. I think that these reductions are going to do damage and they're going to leave our city less well off. I don't think they invest in a growth in our city. I think they are a major contraction and stepping away from the commitments that our city has made. That is not a reflection. My criticism is not a reflection on the staff at DOE. I know that the team there works incredibly hard. Will do good things with whatever comes their way. So I know that my tone has been harsh around some of the decisions that are in this budget and the cuts that are here, but I just definitely want to make sure the staff hears that's not a reflection of my confidence in the staff. That is a criticism of the funding decision that you are, I think, being saddled with. Because this is a really excellent agency that delivers, and you've got really great people that do that day in and day out. And so in the face of a budget that is really slashing away at the hard work and good things they do, I just want to make sure they hear that. Because I am upset, as you heard from a lot of other colleagues, at what is being handed to you. But we have a lot of confidence in the people that do the work day in and day out. And I want to make sure you hear that. So I want to thank all of our government witnesses for testifying today. I look forward to working with all of you as we move toward the committee's FY26 budget markup, which is only a couple of weeks away in lightning speed. All right. My staff anticipated that I was going to say that, so they already wrote that in. So this is going to conclude I don't have to repeat all the great things I just said. This is going to conclude the second budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment on the Mayor's FY26 proposed budget for the Department of Energy and Environment, the Green Finance Authority, and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. For any of our witnesses that want to testify about the proposed FY26 budget for these agencies, next Friday, the committee is going to be hearing from public witnesses. That'll be on Friday, June 13th. Friday the 13th. I did not do that on purpose. But you can register to testify at that hearing through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. You can also submit written testimony for the record until June 20th using the same address there. I want to be sure to navigate the June 13th hearing date. Be sure to navigate to the June 13th hearing date to submit your testimony. And then the next hearing of the committee will be next Tuesday, June 10th, 2025 at 11 a.m. At that point, the committee is going to be having the government witness portion of its budget oversight hearing for the District Department of Transportation. So there being no further business before the committee, the time is now 4:13 p.m. on the same day we started. And this budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you.